call to order the City of Yachats Budget Committee meeting of Thursday, May 15th. It's a public meeting initially of the Budget Committee and eventually of the Yachats Urban Renewal District. But that will be called as a separate meeting. So welcome to the Budget Committee. In attendance, we have our City Council, Councilor Collins, Councilor Carey, Councilor Collins, Councilor Headland, Councilor Shaughnessy, Mayor Craig Birdie, and we have our Budget Committee members here. Could you just introduce yourselves, please, for the record? Go ahead.
Rick Fan, Don Brock,
Juliet Dunn.
City Manager and our City Recorder are also here. And yes, thank you. We have Brad Webb here also, who is attending remotely via Zoom. So, thank you, Brad, for attending. All right. The first order of business, let's call to order. In the first order of business is actually to elect a chair of the Budget Committee. And that last year we had some questions about it, but we need to have somebody nominated. Is there anybody that wants to step up to do that? It's really a question of guiding the meeting. And if not, I will take that role so that we can keep the meeting moving. I need a motion to elect Craig Birdie as the Budget Committee chair for this meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? You look skeptical. Okay. All right. I will take that on. All right. The first thing, so that's call to order. We have a public comment period. Is there anybody in the audience that's here to comment on the budget or the budget process, procedure, or anything moving forward? Anybody online that has their hand raised to with a public comment?
No hands are raised.
All right. There's no public comment. And then the first item is the city budget review is the budget message and budget at a glance. Are you ready to read it this year? Last year I was reviewing and you were feeling under the weather.
Yes.
I'm glad you're a year later and glad you're feeling
I had
better.
no voice last year, so thank you for reading it for me last year.
Tom read it.
Oh, Tom did. Yes, that's right. Okay, so dear residents of Yachats, I am pleased to present the proposed budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. As a city manager, I am proud of our team and the positive impact we continue to have on the city's operations. With a fully staffed city team, we are dedicated to serving our community and consistently delivering quality service while our team thrives in a positive workplace culture. The city team is actively working on significant, long-awaited projects. Rehabilitation of the city-owned Little Log Church Museum and the construction of the new library building are well underway. Both buildings are planned to be completed by the end of 2025 and back in operation in 2026. We continue to improve city buildings, including the Commons and Pavilion. These projects will extend into this fiscal year, ensuring our infrastructure remains up to code, safe for residents, and of good quality for all of its many uses. Over the past year, we have collaborated with a design team from Ashland, Oregon, to develop a 25-year master plan for the Greater Commons area. This plan will evaluate, optimize uses, support our community's growing needs in the building shared space, how to evolve our outdoor spaces, and ensure a regular maintenance schedule for years to come. Our Public Works team is making significant progress on major projects, including stormwater and street rehabilitation plans. Major paving is scheduled for spring and summer of 2025. Other important projects on the horizon include enhancements to our Reedy Creek water source, Phase 3 of the 2nd Street water line from Loma to River Road, and feasibility studies for a new water reservoir. New this year, the city's DMO will implement a 3-year strategic marketing plan for tourism promotion to ensure a return on investment, supporting the general fund's single largest revenue source, the transient lodging tax. This strategic marketing plan ensures that while we promote our city, we do so in a sustainable manner that encourages responsible tourism and allows us to share our approach with the community, ensuring they understand the tourism promotion strategies. This proposed budget enables the city to pursue its goals and mission while enhancing city services and infrastructure. It reflects the city council's goals and administrative work plan. Aligning the budget with these goals enables the city staff to plan and implement initiatives that benefit the community effectively. Council goals: infrastructure, achieve water sustainability, livability, provide safe access to and use of city infrastructure, parks, and trails. Housing supply, expand housing supply and diversify housing options. Environmental stewardship, be environmentally aware in all we do. Public awareness, deliver efficient, effective, and transparent municipal services. Fiscal sustainability, effectively manage and plan for the city's financial needs. Alignment, synchronize and update city policies and administrative rules. As we enter the new fiscal year, we are dedicated to fostering positive energy and teamwork. We will actively engage with residents as we advance projects and pursue our goals, collaborating effectively. Sincerely, Bobby Price, City Manager.
Thank you very much. All right, any comments, questions? If not, we'll get into a little more into the meat of this budget committee. The first order of business is to review the revenue forecast, which is found on starting on page A16. It's a difficult or rather challenging, I think, this year to do revenue forecasting. So can you address how you have structured this and what your thinking is on it?
Page are you on?
I am on page 16,
Yes, so
unless you want to start with the graphs, the earlier graphs, but.
well, we can talk a little bit about maybe the fund structure bit and we could do the fund graphs and then go to fund.
If that's fine.
Okay. So in this budget book on page 14, I did a chart of our fund accounting overview to not only share with us, the budget committee, but residents that pick this up, hoping that this will share a little bit of information on how we do our accounting and just make it a clearer picture for them. So this chart shows and organizes our budget process with separate funds. So it are the funds and then the use. So our general fund encompasses the city services, commons, library, Little Log Church Museum, streets, and storm drains. Our enterprise fund, that encompasses our water and wastewater. The special revenues fund are visitor amenities and system development charges. We have a debt fund, and that is for our water revenue bond, water obligation bond, South Tank construction loan, wastewater treatment plant loan, and we have 2 wastewater treatment plant loans that fall under that. Then reserve funds are water, wastewater, city services, commons, library, Little Log Church Museum, streets, and storm drains. And those reserve funds are for our capital improvement projects.
I think I'd added in water and wastewater reserve funds are included in there. They're just not missing from the column. They're included in the enterprise fund column.
Yes. Yes. And the general fund is the city's primary use fund, and it supports a wide range of essential services that impact daily life, including administration, parks, trails, the library, streets and storm drains, community programs, and is the city's most flexible fund. It's primarily funded by revenues that come from property taxes, franchise fees, transient lodging tax, and other sources that support operations. The enterprise funds are used to manage city services that are paid for directly by the people who use them rather than through taxes. They operate more like a utility business within the city's financial system with the goal of being self-sustaining. The special or restricted funds are there and created to manage revenue that must be spent on a specific purpose as required by law or by the source of the funding. These funds are kept separate from the general fund to ensure transparency and compliance. In Yachats, our restricted funds are the system development charges and debt services and transient lodging taxes. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the reserve funds are established to save for major capital projects and large investments. That's a little bit about the structuring. And then we go back to page 16. And for the revenue forecasting, it's really important for the city to do so, to be able to guide we set our revenue first, but with these forecasting tools to kind of help guide us with our materials and services and operating expenses. There are two approaches for monitoring the revenue. We have a rolling revenue, which refers to income that is monitored throughout the year. And we have planned revenue, which refers to income that we expect to receive on a existing structure. So for our book here, we have 4 types of tracked revenue, and that is transient room tax. That's a rolling revenue. We have our food and beverage tax, a rolling revenue, our water revenue and wastewater revenue, our planned revenue. So the transient lodging tax is what we have first here on page 17. And that transient, the city collects the transient room tax on overnight stays in hotels, vacation rentals, and other short-term lodging. A portion of this tax supports the city's general services, while the rest is legally restricted to tourism-related activities. We monitor the TRT on a rolling revenue source, and it helps us assess the city's economic activity and impact of seasonal tourism. So that's on page 12 here. And you can see that we have this tracked from the year 2021 all the way through current day in 2024. I do have what our third quarter revenues are for transient lodging tax that are not indicated on here because we just got them. We had collected, to add on to this, we have collected for hotels and rentals about $220,000 in the third quarter, to add on to that rolling amount right there. We are projecting for 2025's revenue to be $1,350,000. And you can see that is reflecting a potential decline due to not really knowing what's happening in the economy right now. So figuring it would be safe to budget a little low if that is the sentiment of visitors is changed and we have a higher reflection on the transient lodging tax. That's great, but I think it's to help with our spending and planning of spending, since it is our largest revenue source, to plan a little low for that was what we chose to do. Julie, do you want to say anything about that?
Two questions, if I may.
Yes, Brad.
first question, with the 250,000 for the third quarter, what is the rolling for March? For
Let
the
me
12
calculate.
month?
Let me get my calculator out here. Julie, do you have that in your head already?
No. Why not?
So to be exact, it's 221,669 in the third quarter. And then, so the rolling in on that is $1,593,406.
So we had a bump up.
Yes.
Before, the way they used to do this is they'd actually write down everybody's taxes that came in
Mhm.
and add it up. This is actually going from financial statements. So I put in month by month how much we collected and then calculated the rolling 12. So yours
Yeah,
might affect it a little bit differently. That's what you would actually see in the financial statement for March.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, 166,275 was hotels and 55,394 was rentals.
How does that compare to last year's breakdown?
we're getting that.
It's a rolling 12, so it's always gonna
Yeah.
drop a month when we add it.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I know we just can't add the 221 to it.
Yeah, is that what was done? I'm in limited space here in a basement with cats.
Yes, it's a rolling 12, so
So I just added on, so I didn't calculate that correctly then for the
Okay,
rolling.
so that's why, because that appears to be an anomaly. That's why I
Yeah.
was asking.
no,
1387371.
387.
I just put it to it.
But the purpose of my question for the breakdown between the room tax revenue and the transient rentals, trying to get an idea trend wise, if there's an impact one side or the other.
I mean, given the number that we just read out, 138 and change, it looks like we haven't seen, if anything, it's gone surprisingly. We did quite well in that quarter on a 12-month roll. So the question is really what's going to happen in July and all of next year. And that, I think, is anybody's guess. And so I think that the 135 rolling average is a fairly, it's actually maybe a little conservative, but it's on the safe side. That would be my take on it.
That's what it's meant to be.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I have, January, February, March 24, and I have January, February, March 25. And, with hotels and rentals and, they're fairly close, in 2024, hotels brought in January 2024, 38,640, and rentals brought in 13,413. January 2025, hotels brought in $54,089 and rentals brought in $18,896. And then for February 24 versus February 25, February 24, hotels brought in nearly $54,000 and rentals brought in nearly $12,000. 2025, we're down a little bit in February with hotels bringing in $44,000 and we're up a little bit in rentals in February with them bringing in nearly $14,000. So rentals are higher in this year 2025 than 2024. Then March 2024 hotels was about 70,000 and 20,000 for rentals. And then March 2025, hotels were down at 68,000 and rentals up at 22,000. So that's kind of the difference between the months and the quarters from last year to this year.
I think this is a difficult time to be doing this because of, as you mentioned, Craig.
Yeah.
It's hard to know what's going to happen. I think one thing you can count on is that funding from the federal government is going to be reduced significantly, which will impact small communities like this more than anybody. I think we're foolishly don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm always paranoid and ultra conservative. So even though your trend makes sense, I think we should assume it's going to be worse. Because you're going way out into the future with this. The worst thing that happens is if you guess low, is you have extra money at the end. It's a lot easier to adjust up than it is down. Because the tendency, at least what I've seen in my career, is you tend to spend whatever you've got. And then if all of a sudden you have to cut, it's real painful. And it usually comes in the form of labor. Because projects are hard to cut when you're halfway through. You can't stop doing the library halfway through. So I'm being extra paranoid. I know that's my bias. So for whatever it's worth, I think we should be extra cautious going forward.
Do you have a number that you'd be more comfortable with?
No, I don't.
Yeah. It is tough. I was listening to the state revenue forecaster today, and they have very sophisticated tools that they use, and including risks. So they run various models. Julie probably knows all this, but what you're looking for is a very sharp bell curve, because that says we're sure of what our predictions are going to be. And if you have a flatter bell curve, it means there's more risk, as what you're going to see. And before this weekend, they were actually thought it was very, very risky. And then there was an announcement this weekend, and of course that announcement can be changing. But they were looking at things like car sales, freight tonnage, all these kind of sophisticated tools, and they're not seeing unemployment rate so far. The economy is actually holding in very strongly, but
That's lagging.
yeah, well, I agree.
That takes time.
Yeah, I agree. So the question, I think, is, are we comfortable with 1,350,000, or do we need to
I'm
not?
gonna just give a couple more numbers in there really
Okay.
quick before we
Okay,
say, I'm just for comparison again from where we were last year to this year. So 61% of that 1 million number goes into our general fund, and then 39% of that goes into the transient lodging tax that's restricted. We call it visitor amenities. Just last year, we budgeted for $840,000 in revenue for our city services fund, our general services fund. We are projecting to bring in 866,000. So we were bringing in a little bit more than we brought last year, and I think we were all feeling a lot more comfortable about where the economy was. This year, we are budgeting in our general city services account $823,000 for our main city services operating general fund account from transient lodging tax. So it's about, we're budgeting down roughly $20,000.
So on 2020, we don't have any quick numbers, what it dropped for the pandemic, did we?
no, and I'm not sure going back too far is really
Well, I mean-
productive.
I'm thinking that it'll kind of be in the same range where we are in 1350. I think 1350 is a good number.
Yeah.
'Cause I agree. I mean, I don't know what else to do. It's
So the 1350 is lower than 2021, 2022, and 2023.
By how much?
And those years, so I'm looking at the trend for city services when this is the 61 portion. So 840 we budgeted or we spent, or it was actually what we earned for the 2021 fiscal year. 843 is what we earned in our 22-23 fiscal year. 816 is what we earned in our 23-24 fiscal year. And 840 is what we budgeted in our 24-25 fiscal year. And have proposed for our 25-26 fiscal year, 823,500.
I just want to sit next to Rick in terms of this a bit about being cautious. I mean, I don't think it's only, us not knowing what the federal government will cut and so forth, because we've had discussions already this year about, and we've had letters from Canada, of people that won't be going on vacation this year. And either they can't afford it or they're scared to put their money out to do it. We may get some people that usually fly to Europe coming here, but I don't think we're gonna get, I don't know, hopefully I'm wrong, but I think it really could impact us a great deal.
Yeah, and then again, on that same note, but opposite side of it, just to help the way the both sides of the coin, I keep on thinking about this, what we did experience in COVID, when everybody was really afraid of everything going, nobody spending any money at all. And then because people didn't or couldn't travel overseas, and right now probably is a similar sentiment of not wanting to travel overseas, and where people are still going to probably want to take some vacation, maybe a smaller vacation, and the coast is often that getaway destination kind of place. And if we market appropriately, then we could still be in a good position. Okay.
So procedural question. Is there a process where you guys review where we are versus the projected budget on a regular basis, like every quarter or at 6 months? And do you do something if you see a significant variance? If for some reason 6 months on, we see that revenue isn't getting close to what we think it's going to be, is there a process that you guys go you have another meeting or we call the budget and take another crack at it? You see something significant? I think the consensus is nobody's really comfortable, but then nobody really knows what's going to happen either. So the number 1,350 is as good as any at this point. But if we have something in place where 3 months on or 6 months on, we look at it and we know we're not going to make 1.350, then we relook at the budget and say, okay, where do we cut? And ahead of time, instead of waiting to go the entire and end up in a bigger hole.
Isn't that a council?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It was, there's nothing in law that says the budget committee reviews it. The law is the budget committee meets once. But it is an administrative function, and we'd have to rely on our city manager coming to the city council and saying, oops, or hey, things are going a lot better than we thought.
And
I'd like to interject real quickly and ask a question. We have the rolling trend. Do we have the last 5 years data? I'm trying to thumb through, but I'm hand-tied without my typical slew of information here.
So can you say that again, Brad?
Yeah, I'm looking for the revenues for the last 5 years, not the rolling total, not the rolling monthly, the rolling average. I'm looking for the total for each budget year for the last 5 years. We used to have a chart that showed it. And if it's in here, I apologize. I am very limited with what I've got at my disposal.
Yeah. So on page 23 of the budget book and page 35 are the city services fund and the visitor amenities fund. And you can see at least the last 3 years trend. We don't have the last 5 years trend here, but we do have the last 3 year trend. And we have started on our city council monthly finance reports that we have. We do each quarter at the end of after our quarter was collected of the transient lodging taxes, we've been doing a long-term graph to see where that hits in the previous years and where we are now. So that's what then that is longer.
Yeah, it goes back.
So getting back to my question, this is already parsed out with the allocation of the visitor amenities fund into the general fund. Do we have the
Yes.
total? I just want to look at the lump sum total, which compares to the rolling average. I don't want to have to do any adding. I'm sitting between two sewing machines and I don't have the room. So we don't have a page as such.
Not here right now, handy, but I can get that for sure.
Yeah, on a monthly basis, we do, I think we go back 4 years, maybe 5 years. You know, it becomes tricky, right? I mean, for one thing, we had that disruptive year, but even in addition to that, you've got inflation. So, you know, you go back very far and the numbers are all skewed by inflation over the last 5 years. The other impactful issue that in terms of being conservative, is that if room utilization falls, then the hotels tend to cut their rates. And the rates impact the revenue that we get almost as much as the utilization. So, and you know, just another unknown and another variable. I'm just not sure going back real far, more than 3 or 4 years is going to help us come up with a better number.
Well, this is a different set of circumstances.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
It's self-inflicted.
I think that Mark's comment was really accurate, is we just really don't know what it's going to be. And if we just ensure that we're keeping a very close eye on what the trend is, and if it's looking like we're just not coming anything close to what we are budgeted to, then reassessing as we're going. I think it's going to be our best.
I think so too. So to move this along,
I just have one other question. Okay, at the bottom, Bobby, you have, you know, an asterisk saying this reflects a lower amount. What would the amount have been had you not reduced? Does that make sense?
mhm.
I can kind of answer Brad's question.
Sure.
So the third year proceeding, which was that 2022, the combined was 1.378. And then the second year proceeding was 1.383 million. And then first proceeding was 1.338. And what we're estimating for 2024, 2025 is 1.42. So the 1.350 would be
Conservative.
Conservative, yeah.
That answering my question?
No.
Yeah, she's answering one, and then she's gonna answer.
Yeah,
yours.
okay, yeah, no, I didn't know if that was. all.
Yeah. No, so the question to the budget officer was, if in an ideal world without concerns of slowing the economy, what number would you have been
we
comfortable
go
with?
higher than 1.42, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
It's 1.5-ish.
mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so can we reach a consensus? I don't think that I'm not sure if we have to vote on, well, we're not done with revenue any. But can we just move forward with this number? Okay. All right, let's look at food and beverage, a little less of a happy news, I guess.
So the rolling revenue for the food and beverage tax supports the city's wastewater system and is a key funding source for infrastructure improvements and debt repayment. The tracking the revenue over time helps measure the trends in local spending and hospitality activity. So the food and beverage tax, we also reflected a decline due to unknown consumer sentiment at $500,000. In previous rolling trends, it'd been quite a bit higher.
So the changes from 21 to 24, there's some pretty big jumps. Is that just from inflation and cost of things being more, and then the tax is higher?
You know, also the changing in restaurants that we went
That's true.
to, like we lost a pretty significant contributor
Yes.
for a period of time there, and it really hasn't recouped even fully from that. But we've gained a restaurant that's really adding to north, some new owners up on the north side of town that's really adding to now. And so it's kind of, it's not just,
Inflation.
yeah, yeah.
A little more volatile because ebbs and flows of
Mhm.
business success. Interesting. Okay. So I guess, we have two resurrected restaurants. We have another one starting up. Anybody's guess again? I think, well, it's more than a guess. An informed guess that you have made, I think is 500 seems like a reasonable number. Anybody want to move that? Do you think that we're going to get a big new restaurant in town in the next year? Or anybody gonna leave?
Our estimated actual for 24-25 is 509,000.
The insurance news says that people are actually still going out to eat.
Yes, that's what I heard today too also. It's the one area nobody's cutting back.
And drinking more.
So, okay, any more discussion about 500? Once, okay. And then, in terms of wastewater revenue forecasting and water revenue, those are the, what do you call them, the fixed numbers?
They're planned
Those
revenues.
planned revenues, those are pretty sure,
Mhm,
very much.
mhm.
Water, wastewater and water, the only change is that we're now gonna put 55% of the funds in water.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 45 to wastewater. And then do you want to talk a little bit about the rate increases and how they're affecting?
You have that, did you give me that little spreadsheet? Nice.
I didn't give it to her, but I have it pulled up and.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see, I can give it to Kimmy right now.
And before I forget, last year when we looked at the transient rental,
I'm gonna form.
we had 112 units of vacation rental, short-term vacation rental homes. We are up to 130 now. So we fully, and there were 112 because there were about 10 that hadn't reported any revenue in multiple years. We changed the structure, the cost structure, and most of those people that hadn't reported any revenue have dropped. So we're bringing in the revenue for transient rental slightly more. I mean, it doesn't make a huge number, huge change. We have all 130 short-term vacation rentals are in use. So,
Did we raise the cap?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
no, it's 123, I think. But there was 10 on reserve or something. Yeah, no, thank you. No,
So
it's
the cap's still one.
cap is still 123.
125.
125.
125. It was there. I fought for
It's
that.
actually supposed to be tied to the number of homes. It's had quite a few number of homes.
Explain your 130 again.
No, there was 10 people waiting on the wait list, and so we could have conceivably had more. But no, the correct number is 125. No,
So I can
125.
give you a full, accurate, as of today, report on the visitor amenity
Okay.
or the visitor tax, the licenses, because we just actually dug into it to answer some questions for Brad this morning. So I have a really good overview of that. I'm just trying to pull up these numbers really quick to share my screen.
What was the other question that I was trying to fill the air for?
We're gonna talk about the water and wastewater.
Yes.
Oh, we were going to talk about the changes to the revenue structure for
Yeah,
water and wastewater.
I can. My screen.
I got it right here, yeah. Okay, so does everybody see that up there? No? Weird. Oh, wait, okay. Stop share. Weird. Okay, maybe you should share yours if you have it pulled up. I don't know why it's not. There we go.
Yeah, make it a lot bigger.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So I'll just talk through it. So last year in the budget, we budgeted 977,000 for water revenue. 911,000 for wastewater. And each of those included $50,000 for rate increases. We did a projection before we implemented the changes, and then Becca did a PowerPoint after. They both came out with about 130,000 should be the impact of all of the changes, except for the large account equalization change, which is just now going in. That's another 20,000.
Okay.
So that's a total of 150,000 that we expect to raise from rate increases. We already accounted for 100 of it. So we just need to account for the additional 50,000. So this is just the sum of 977 plus 911 plus 50,000. And we increased it slightly for inflation because there'll probably be a small adjustment at the mid-year like there always is. So we estimate a total of 1,950,000 in revenue. And now we're gonna split it 55-45. So to water goes 1,072,500 and to wastewater goes 877,500.
So this number includes the rate increase?
Yeah.
Except for the large users that we don't know yet.
Yeah, we built in 20,000 for that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, because it's going in first of this month, I think.
It started this month, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is estimated to bring in $20,000. And the other 4 rate increases that we did are expected to bring in $130,000.
Yep.
So and all together, it's $150,000 that we are expected to bring in through the rate increases that we've implemented throughout this last year, that were a combination of things that were from the suggestions from the Public Works and Streets Commission and the Finance Commission, and then we brought our committee, and then we brought those to the City Council to review and vote on. And we had an implementation schedule, and we've been slowly rolling those out, so it wasn't a one-time hit for all of them. And so it's about 150,000 in all that those will bring in.
Okay,
And again, the justification for swapping to the 55-45.
A lot more CIPs in water than we do at wastewater. Wastewater's been getting a whole lot of theirs done. So,
Mhm. Moving and shaking over there.
that's it. Clear, Brad? Okay, so, I think that answers the questions around revenue.
So.
You do have another one.
Yeah, well, I had an answer for the vacation rental licenses and kind of where we're at with that. And the vacation rental licenses were part of those rate increase structure. And they are now being recognized as a commercial operation and being charged as a commercial entity. And they, as a commercial entity, also had the 2 included units removed, and they pay straight for the water that they use. So just kind of wondering how that affected the licenses. And in this fiscal year total, we had 11 vacation rental licenses that were given up. They were surrendered. For one reason or another. Of those 11, 5 were not generating tax revenue for at least 2 years. 1 license was revoked due to non-compliance with the vacation rental code. And that license had not been generating any tax revenue for at least 3 years. 2 licenses were surrendered, and they just asked to go back on the waiting list. They were also not generating any revenue. 2 had not generated taxes for at least 2 years and just decided that they didn't want to be charged additional rate because they were not using their vacation rental license. So all of the vacation rental licenses that were or 10 out of the 11 is because they were not generating revenue with their license. So all of those are going back into the pool to be used for people who will generate revenue with those licenses. And right now we have 120 out of 125 issued. And we do award licenses to people on the wait list every April and November. And this year we did an additional round in May because a lot of the folks that were contacted in April were just not quite inspection ready. So we expect that all new licenses that we give out from here on out will all be revenue generating licenses.
Excellent, huge improvement.
All right. So, any other questions about the revenue side of the ledger here?
I gotta tell you, all these documents and reports are outstanding.
Thank you.
Good Lord,
yes.
this is like night and day.
Yeah.
You know, Bobby and her team have just knocked it out of the park.
You're here. Thank you.
Well, we have a good time doing it too.
Fun with numbers.
Where's your credibility?
And thank you for that. Because, you know, some of us keep looking at it and we forget, you know, how much work and how wonderful it was. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rick.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Let's move on to personnel then. I don't think we need to vote at each step as we go. We only vote once is my understanding, to best of my recollection. Personnel, big item. Very positive in that we have fully staffed city for the first time in my recollection. At page 15 is where it starts, correct? The other side of it is that it's expensive to hire people. But that's how we get things done. So city manager, that's my overview.
Yes, yeah. So we count our personnel by FTEs, and FTEs is how to count full-time equivalent employees that the city has. So the equivalent of 2 part-time employees would equal 1 full-time employee, for example. Yachats is a small staff, and and relatively modest, and each employee plays a vital role in keeping the city running, maintaining public infrastructure, managing financial operations, supporting community programs, and responding to residents' needs. And personnel expenses include employee wages, benefits, and payroll taxes. These costs are a significant portion of the city's budget because city services are delivered by people. Whether it's someone fixing a water main, coordinating a public meeting, or maintaining trails and parks, personnel are the front line of city operations. Investing in city staff ensures that services are reliable, responsive, and delivered with professionalism. The number of employees and associated costs are carefully considered each year as part of the budget process to ensure the city is using resources wisely while meeting the needs of the community. Our city has a union contract, and in that union contract, there is a negotiated cost of living that happens every year. This year, our cost of living is 5%, and each employee, depending on where they are in their employment journey with the city of Yachats, they get each year a step raise as well. If they are in year 1, they get a 6-month and a 12-month step raise, and year 2 through 6. They get a 3% step raise, and year 6 on, they get a 1% step raise with the cost of living increase. So that's a contracted expense that is an agreed upon in this, reflected in this FTE budget. This year, something a little bit different that we did is we put every position's full salary and how it's distributed with all of the different funds, so you can really see the full picture, but you also see the divided picture. How they are divided in the funds is based off of the estimated percentage of work. This is our default percentage of about where these different positions spend that amount of their time, so that the fund is billed for that personnel. So we added it all for you, so you don't have to go through and add each fund to try to figure out how much people are getting paid, and just right up front.
So I do have a question about
Yes,
that. So
yes.
It all makes sense. I look across and I'm like, oh, it makes sense how they get divided up,
Mhm.
except for the code enforcement. I'm confused
Yeah,
about why water and wastewater are paying so much of their salary.
sure. Our code enforcement position is a combination position. It's code enforcement and public works.
Oh,
He
okay.
does spend quite a large amount of his time, with public works, water and wastewater. Yeah. And new this year, we did put a significant portion of the code enforcer's salary directly out of visitor amenities personnel funds, because that person does spend a significant amount of time monitoring the vacation rental licenses and inspecting them, and following through with complaints and compliance issues that come across those vacation rental lists.
So can you explain a little bit? So how does the code enforcer work in public works?
How does he work in public works?
Yeah.
Well, he shows up at the city shops each day at 7:30. He runs with their crew 4 days a week. Right now, this past year, 4 days a week with the crew, and in those days, he will also be responding to some of the code response, or the complaints over Request Tracker. And then on Friday, he has a dedicated day to just do code in City Hall. And he's really spends time like going through his tracking sheets and following up on things and really digging into code on that day. This year, we're going to be dividing that up a little bit more. So it's going to be about 50-50 public works and code. And we will then split those days based on that.
You know, I asked it on who should, which group of payers?
Mhm.
Should the utility payers, are they paying their right share on all of these versus the city funds, which includes transient lodging and the other?
I do believe so. Yeah.
It looks to me that we're getting closer than we have.
Mhm. Yeah.
I had asked this question earlier. I'm not sure if you had an answer, but I did break out the non-salary costs, and it comes out to about 56% of our of our personnel costs are non-salary. Typically, in a private business, it's closer to 30, 35. And a lot of that is PERS. And I had asked about what the projections were for PERS percentage. Is it going to stay the same, or is it going to increase substantially in out years? Because it's not a well-funded program. You really,
I did reach out to a couple of my city manager colleagues, and they didn't really have a good answer. They said they've just been kind of estimating up just a little bit each year. Yeah, to account for that. Yeah. Yeah. They anticipate it's going to keep going up.
going up.
I mean, I have to say though that I know it is a big expenditure of the personnel expenses, but it is also why people work for local government.
Right.
And we have to keep that in mind. Like, working for local government is something that people seek out because of the security that's involved in it and the way to set up for their future.
Speaking of PERS, on the spreadsheet on page 15, there's the very bottom line in column A, it says new PERS rate 23 to 25 is just over. I was wondering what the rest of that sentence was. Or I wasn't exactly sure what that meant.
Oh,
Or left.
Or if they call it
Oh,
Just over 20%, 23%.
Over 21%.
Also, that's the PERS rate for the years 23 and 25, is that what that?
Yeah.
yes, yeah, yeah. And then down below it says PERS rates. Yeah, yep.
So. So I did this little thing, and maybe I did this wrong, but I, on page 58, I took. The breakouts for like department, for personnel, I just added them up. And then I divided it by the number of FTEs. And I came out with a figure of 92,005 per FTE. Which includes, I assume, includes benefits and PERS, is that?
It's a little tricky because not everybody is in PERS. City manager isn't, I think the
That's us.
planners,
Is it only union? people?
Well, the planning is not, finance is not, I am,
you are.
yes.
So. Okay, because then, because I was trying to figure, and I, like you, I figured, okay, well, 30% of that 9,000 is benefits. So that brings it down salaries about average of 60,000 per FTE. Which is reasonable. If you're saying 50%
That's what, yeah.
is that FTE is including PERS and benefits. So that takes our average per FTE of 46,000 per. That's pretty cheap.
I mean, you can see their salaries in on page 15.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Was that the burden cost, I'm just trying to look.
That's straight salary.
Step raise levels. And then we just get the burden costs, on the horizontal axis, not per employee on the, vertical axis.
Mhm.
And I had done that, I added those numbers up. That's where I came up with mine, but I mean, fringe benefits and insurance, those are, you're gonna pay those regardless, and PERS is, as Bobby said, that people work for the city. None of these salaries, this is something that it's harder and harder as you get older and further from the workforce, is to realize
Yeah.
what people are actually getting paid in the workforce. My first job, I made $7,000 a year. Why are these people making so much?
I don't think think this is very much.
Yeah, I think,
You got guys that are out there in the middle of the night in pouring rain, trying to stop leaks, and we're complaining because they make 47,000.
Yeah.
Come on,
yeah,
who's gonna do that? I'm not.
I agree.
Our relationship was, and I'm assuming it still is, pretty good with the union.
Mhm.
At least that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I think the union is reasonable. I don't think they hadn't in the past anyway pushed hard and demanded unreasonable things. There's a weird thing, and I'm gonna get on my soapbox, I guess, a little bit, but there's this weird thing in America where workers just don't deserve much of anything. And they don't deserve to be able to retire. Just work until you're 80. And there's nothing unreasonable about it.
I think the question is not so much, are we paying people enough? But I think the question is, do we have the right number of people?
Well, the other thing about this, the way you keep your costs down isn't by screwing people
Correct.
by their wages. It's by measuring productivity.
Okay.
So if you have a great work group that's highly productive, they'll pay for themselves.
Mhm.
If you've got people not doing, not pulling their weight, now you've got a problem, because now you can keep adding more and more people. So the challenge is, and these kinds of jobs are very difficult to measure productivity, because you never know when the next line's gonna break or the next, problem's gonna pop up. But if you can figure that out, and you can tighten the screws in a way that respects people, and, that's the goal always.
Mhm.
So anyway,
Can we do our satisfaction survey, which we will repeat, I think is a measure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to measure productivity and do we have enough? And, as it says in here, the cross training, I think, is really important.
Mhm.
You're a great team.
Mhm. We really focus strongly on cross training. You know, everybody can do everybody's job in there and support everybody's role. If somebody was to, because we're so small, if somebody is to not be there, city's operation, continuation of operations is our number one goal, and we have to be cross trained to be able to do that.
And that's the sign you have a good union. Because if they wanted to be difficult, they'd say, no, you can't do that.
Right.
That's true. They allow it, they encourage it. You have a good relationship with them. That's good. That's good.
Julie, you had some concerns about the sort of the,
But I.
not so much now, but moving forward, going forward.
Just, I mean, I was looking at other cities about this size and how many people they have in administration. And a lot of them this size have 3 or 4, and we have 8. So they're doing a great job. We're getting a lot done. I know there's some planning, but with all the cross training they're doing, hopefully at some point we can maybe with attrition, reduce by a position or 2.
You know, Julie, I kind of agree with you initially, but then I started looking at other cities. And we don't have nearly as many people, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Now, I'm definitely not an expert on government staffing, so I could be wrong. But also, I don't think you get this kind of quality if you have a bare bones staff in there, or, you know, you just don't have enough people. The only
There
other,
was free help involved in this.
Yeah, she did agree. Julie is a rock star for this. She really helped us.
the only other thing I would recommend is, I think you've got maybe some contract people that you could, I can talk to you about that later. I don't want to put you on the spot because I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, there might be some opportunities.
The other thing I would say is that when you look at city staffs in some cities, you'll see, oh, they only have 4 people, but they may have a recreation director that's not considered part of city staff. You may have librarians that are part of the county system. And so some of our positions that we count as 8 are actually not counted in other cities. So,
Just, I mean, it's up to Bobby to make sure, you know,
yeah,
everybody's got a full-time job.
thank you. I agree.
Well,
Okay.
the rate the city council keeps making goals, I can guarantee you.
Yes.
The next goal will be not to do anything so we can save all kinds of money. Okay. All right. Any other discussion about city personnel?
You're not planning on adding any positions for the coming fiscal year?
I am planning on adding a part-time 20-hour a month children's librarian specifically, and it's like $6,000 and for the year.
That's on here.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's on.
Yep, yep.
That's it.
Mhm. And I wouldn't add anybody beyond what you see here. Mhm. But the children's program is the really one of the most utilized programs of our library, and we're going into this new building. I think we really need to continue, promoting the children's activities, and she puts a lot into the summer programs for the and provides a lot of opportunity for kids to have a place to go and to have continued education throughout the activities throughout the summer. And we had somebody who was volunteering that position and due to unfortunate circumstances is unable to, and we're having a really hard time filling that commitment level at a volunteer rate.
Is there any possibility of grant funds for a position like that?
Oh, definitely. I'm sure there is. We did just get news from the Friends of the Libraries group, and it's not reflected in these numbers because it was post us putting all this together that I found this out, but we did get $14,000 worth of additional grants for summer program stuff for the library programming. Yeah.
They're not, the librarian and the part-time are not union.
No. Mm-mm. No, also, on the subject of staff and union, our community spaces coordinator is not union also. So we, myself, community services, the two part of the library, and children's librarian, finance and planning are not union.
I ask, just for clarification, why are some yes and some no? I don't know.
It's what I came into.
Okay.
That's what I adopted.
I just have no clue why.
Well, I will say, so most of it is what I adopted. The community services coordinator, community spaces coordinator, we changed that role significantly, and it was no longer the same reflection of what had been part of the union, and that's removed from the union because the hours are so different, and the union has like very strict hours and weeks and numbers, and like it, it's 7:30 to 5, or 8:30, 8 to 5 time, and that's Monday through Wednesday, and her hours are like all over the weekend and in the morning and late night, and it doesn't fit into the mold of union hours. So she's paid hourly versus salary. Yeah. Mhm.
All right, moving on, capital improvement budget. This, maybe some of the budget committee will not be as familiar with, but the city council has already adopted this. Were there changes?
Page 4.
Oh, I don't.
No,
I think it's towards the back, yeah.
page 54.
Yeah.
And it's important that we understand capital improvements because they are reflected later in the budget.
Yes. So it's exactly why I wanted to start off with them this year. We saved them for the last in the previous year. I think they're really important as we go through the funds and how the capital improvement projects are reflected in the funds. And these are our large major capital projects that are requiring public funds over and above annual operating expenses. CIPs improve, replace, and repair or permanently add to cities' assets, including land, site improvements, streets, vitality improvement, and major equipment. And CIPs are a supplement to align with the city's mission, vision, and pillars. And some of our major projects that we have going on this year are, we have water improvements happening. We have the potential of purchasing land for a new water reservoir, depending on the feasibility of the studies for that land, if it's suitable or not. We have a lot of wastewater improvements. Really a lot got done last year, as we've mentioned earlier, but there's still more on the table for I&I rehabilitation, and they're all projects that are essential for improving the system's efficiency. We have street and storm drain improvements. We have city hall improvements, and really what we're going to see a large portion of this budget reflect is the library builds, the Little Log Church Museum rehabilitation, and the purchase of the land for the water system or water reservoir. Those are really large items, and the library and Little Log Church Museum, those are things that have been on the docket for a very long time. We do also have the boardwalk, the estuary boardwalk, finally landing in this year's budget. With that, though, that project, I'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to it, but we have a grant that we're applying for that we did not put these grant dollars into the budget because we don't know for sure if we're going to get them, but we did budget our city's match in the parks reserve account in case we do get the grant. If we do receive the grant, we'll have to do a supplemental budget. And it's a pretty easy process, but I think it's not wise to budget for funds that we don't know if we're going to get or not, but we will simply not do the project if we don't have the funds for it.
That's what I was waiting for.
But do we have the funds for undergrounding in this year's budget?
Yep.
So regardless,
Mhm.
planning on undergrounding the power along Ocean View Drive.
That portion.
That portion, yeah, thank you.
Mayor, there were two changes since you guys.
Okay.
approved.
Mhm.
One of them was to add some funds for purchasing that property for the new tank.
Okay,
Mhm.
where
Where is that?
is that under? City
I
Hall?
was trying to,
Water.
Oh, water,
Oh, for
okay.
the water.
Yes.
750,000.
Yeah. It doesn't have my plan number there, you can see it's.
Kind of stands out. Yeah.
50,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the number that's a placeholder, because we don't know. what's gonna be, but. And then we also delayed one of the projects for wastewater that we had in there. Originally, we were gonna do the outfall pipeline improvements. Changed it, so that's just the engineering this year and the work next year.
Okay,
Mhm.
and does that extend down onto the ocean? Just curious,
No, that's just from
from the plant to,
UV stations to the interstate.
There was also a change in the city hall. We had added the remaining purchase amount of the trolley, which we did receive the grants for, but now the expense will come out in this. And we did push off any of the master plan implementation funds that we had lined up for City Hall until next year, just knowing that we have a lot really lined up this year. And would we really get to it this year? I don't know if we would. So we did push that out for next year. Just to,
might be some engineering, architectural
Mhm.
costs, but nothing.
so we could add it back. That was me trying to be
Yeah, no,
like trying to reserve things a little bit.
so when I'm looking at all these and we're not quite sure what we're gonna bring in next year, is there a way to like prioritize? Like, is there groups that we would start with? Is there some that we would start a little bit later to see how the revenue is? Like, how are we gonna know what we can start?
Yeah,
And have the
I mean,
money
just
for it.
to that point,
Yeah.
while we have a lot budgeted out, not, the thing about CIP projects is they don't all always get done.
Yes,
You know, so there's a lot there, but we might only get a half of them
Yeah.
done. So just to have that in mind
So-
too, is where,
it's like the priorities there, it's just
Mhm.
not written in here, like they're not in order, so. But,
yeah,
but water knows what their priorities are, wastewater knows.
yeah.
yeah, and they're based to some extent on the master plan
Mhm.
level of ranking that they got, so.
Yeah, so I guess.
We're trying to do something a little different though from this year, and that's that more clumping of related projects.
Mhm.
And so that if we're hiring a contractor to come in and dig a ditch, rather than calling them back 6 months later or 4 months later to dig the ditch again, we'll try to do all of that ditch digging
Mhm.
at one time. It may cost more, it may look like it's costing more in any given year, but the total cost is significantly less.
Yeah.
We
And then,
signed an expense the other day for somebody to drive down from Portland and stay overnight and meals, and their burdened rate for traveling was $100 an hour or something. It's just expensive.
yeah, and then another suggestion or change that I made in this, and I'm okay if you agree with it or disagree with it. Either way is fine with me. I also in the master plan in Commons, we had $120,000 for implementation in this year, and I just kept $20,000 for implementation, thinking that could go towards some engineering, and then moved 100,000 out to next year. And we did keep in $25,000 for the public restroom, so we could definitely start the engineering and processes for that part of the planks. I think that's one of the really important.
That's the one we need to do this year because that's required by the grant.
Yeah, so that's indoor, inside and outside. We would be covering both of those.
And I'm okay with that. I mean, we're like the snake that swallowed the mouse, right? I mean, we have these big projects that we're taking care of, and we can take a breath between this year. We've taken on a lot, and seeing them done and enjoying the fruits of the labor for that is much appreciated, all the work that goes into them. But let's keep major projects to a minimum, other than, of course, water and sewer. Water and wastewater, those are necessary and continuous.
Call them our golden children.
And we're talking about streets also, nothing unusually large, but we need, I mean, I think the citizens have been pretty clear that they want to see more money spent on
Yes.
streets.
Yeah, I think that
Very true.
would be a good priority.
Something I'd also really need to mention in this part of the budget is that we have $85,000 in line for the pavilion out of the commons section here. And we did just receive further engineering and cost analysis on that, and it's significantly more. If we decided to move forward with the plans we have been given, we will need to add $75,000 to that line item to rebuild the pavilion as is, but meeting all of the codes, structure codes and engineering. The total in all estimated cost to rebuild the pavilion is $285,000. When we just thought we were going to be doing some minor fixes to get it up to code and fire code, trying to follow the rules, we found a lot more things with it. So essentially it will need to, what they're suggesting right now is that we lift the roof and replace everything.
Just rebuild it.
Because the roof is really complicated and fancy.
It's cool.
And
It's cool.
That one's actually structurally sound, where the rest of the building isn't.
And then, but that brings the question, I mean, that number to me just opens up a lot more questions than it does like, yeah, absolutely, let's go forward, let's fix this. It's a community asset. We love it. Like, it's so used. It's, everybody wants to rent this pavilion, and I feel terrible that we can't rent it out right now. I don't like not renting it out. It's the most popular space, but there's also what else could we do with that space? What else could we do with that building? How could we make it more multi-purpose? How can we get pickleball in there?
Maybe we spend this next year answering those questions before throwing money at it.
Yeah.
So,
Although it'd be sad to see it all taped up for a whole year.
Really would be.
Yeah.
I think that it would be smart to put the additional money into the budget so it allows for us to do work on it. But I do think that we should start with taking this information, which has not yet been taken to the Parks and Commons Commission. We should take it to the Parks and Commons Commission. We should hear from the citizenry what it is that they want that space to be before we invest that amount of money into
I
it.
agree if we put something in the budget.
so where would that magic money come from? Like,
Magic money?
The additional 75,000.
Yeah.
It would be out of our reserves.
Reserves, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tend to agree that, it's sad to see it, but if we can get an alignment, figure out what we want to do, get up multiple bids, make sure that we're doing it right, and then get started in this year's budget and maybe finish it next year. And that's kind of an old trick that is done.
Maybe there could be something done with the outside. There could be murals painted on, it's like something.
Yeah, we need a lot of noodling, I think,
Yeah.
is what it comes down to.
Mhm, mhm.
I think if we sit and don't do something, there could be great disappointment
Mhm.
in the.
I think we should,
in the community.
yeah, well, that's why I think we should put the money in this year's
Right.
budget and we should keep the ball rolling, get the conversations started in the appropriate commissions and having, being, you know, their role as being a community connector, having them talking to the community members of hearing what it is that we should do with that space and coming back to us and maybe putting something out. We could do a survey. I love doing surveys.
Revenues in any substantial way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it could bring in more revenue if we get it, you know, really weathered in and, you know, making it like some heaters in there. We could really return on investment with that.
Yeah, but it's gonna cost us $285,000 to get to that
It's
point.
going to take a long time to make it.
You don't rent the, when we,
Yeah, I wouldn't think of it.
Mhm.
I think it's gonna be basically what the city, what the community wants. I don't think it's gonna be a money-making proposition.
Well,
You know, we have to spend that much money.
we also have to, you know, remember that we're a city and our job is to offer services. You know, we're here to provide service and assets and these things for the community. We're not just here to, I mean, yes, we need to make money, but we have.
Village that demands
Mhm.
the move.
Mhm. That's true.
I'm comfortable with leaving the 125, is it? For this year.
It's 85, we have 85 in there and we would need to add 75 to,
I see 125.
You need my ruler?
Yeah, I need you. Okay, I see the 85. Thank you.
But
60. You said
285 total.
but that, if we could add 75, that would get us spin through this year.
So you're suggesting adding an additional 75 to the 85?
We've already paid 26 to our builder as a down payment. When we got the first part of it going, that's included in that.
Okay.
250 was total.
Was it 250?
Yeah, I think we paid 35 for like architecture. and
Mhm.
engineering. I think that's-
Okay.
I'm sorry, so, you know, this spreadsheet, so the pavilion upgrades, budget is 125.
And go all the way across to fiscal year 2025. So it's a few more rows over.
So that's the 85 you're talking about?
That's what we have in there right now.
You want it to 160?
Mhm.
Okay. If we're gonna be going back to the community and asking for their input, and since we don't know what that input is going to be, do we need to commit to that much money being spent before we know what the community wants?
Well, what we don't spend this year, we can roll into next year. But it does give us the opportunity to have funds to get stuff started.
Okay, so we're not,
That's an opportunity that some of these other CapEx projects could.
Yeah.
Could not materialize, right? You could shift funds, you'd have to. Change everything.
Traditionally, we don't get everything done.
Yeah.
So chances are you'll have a little extra to, if it works.
the difference is with these, with the other CapEx projects that are, so most of these CapEx projects, we have a very clear idea of what we want to get to. We know
Yeah.
where we are, we know where we want to end up. It's a question of when do we get there? With this, with the pavilion, right now, we're not even sure what the end state is going to be.
It's very true. Yeah.
So I'd hate to commit. I mean, I don't mind seeing it on the budget as, you know, here's something potential. I just want to caution the city about not actually spending money, too much money, until we hear back from the community about what they want, because, you know, for all we know, everybody might just say, forget it.
Yeah.
I doubt that, but that's a possibility.
Isn't that part of the consultants, thing that they're gonna do?
Well, you know, we have got all of this way through with that being that building and remaining that building and looking at other ways to add on to the property and space. But they do now know of that. Just as soon as we found out this information, we shared it with them. So they're noodling on it as well.
Is that information available to guys like me who are in the construction business?
Well, what do you mean, available? We
I'd
just,
like to, yeah, I'd like to take a look at it and see what's driving up the cost.
sure, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. We will definitely be taking a really hard look at this. We have yet to release anything to the public. We just got this last week. But absolutely, it will be going out. I'd love for you to take a look at it.
Yeah.
250,000, that's just one portion. That's our initial investment. We've already got a lot of projects going on that are going to require additional needs down the road for maintenance and upkeep, which we have been very poor at doing over the years. And I think we have to be mindful not just about the initial capital investment, but the ongoing costs associated with that, maintaining those structures and keeping them fit for service.
Absolutely. And that's something else that's an excellent point. And, you know, the Commons is an expensive building because it's, you know, 90 years old and we keep fixing it. But yeah, now we're seeing a building that's 30 years old that needs significant repairs. All right.
Actually, Zane didn't build that 30 years ago. The Pavilion hasn't been there that long.
When was, I thought it was the 90s, 2000, okay, yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's really disappointing to me that it didn't last longer.
I don't have a project. Could you give us an update on what's the solar
Oh, yeah, why was it
panels?
the other day? Whatever happened here, hopefully we paid for.
Project is.
Oh, thank God.
Look at that. anymore?
Well, so that was a grant that was received. So it was a planning grant that was received through the Oregon Department of Energy, as just really kind of hit as Rick got on and he kind of took the reins on it and ran with it. And then I came in and we saw that through the planning grant process. Then, and through that, consultant group made a plan of what they thought would be the best for resiliency here in our Commons and City Hall area. Then we took that plan and applied for the construction grant to execute that. We did not get that. And to me, I feel like we have a lot more really important things to do that are like water, wastewater, our structures that we have. To me, that's not a major priority. I feel like we got to build all of these other kind of things and then add on solar panels later. So that's my personal opinion. So I have not pushed that any further.
The only, not trying to push back, but thing I think we ought to consider in there is that if we were to have and not sort of a whole bad earthquake, but even other type of emergencies where we lose electricity, that we ought to kind of continue, either have a study group or something, continue to look at solar panels and options. And maybe come up with a plan of how to put together a package and maybe work on applying for grants. So I realize the current political deal is not necessary, but you can also get it from foundations.
Yeah, I agree. We are doing some things in this capital improvement budget that we're looking at a large portable diesel storage tank so we can make sure we have enough storage of fuel for our generators and our vehicles in case of emergency. We have a generator here at City Hall. We're looking to improve, or excuse me, we're not in City Hall, we're in the Commons. Here at the Commons and also over at City Hall. So that could be an emergency operations center. Also, Dave's been doing a significant amount of work with the generator repair over at the wastewater treatment plant. And with that repair, there was a purchase of a new generator to keep us going while we repaired our housed generator. We'll move that over here. The one that was purchased for the temporary, and then the one here over to City Hall, so that we've got some more generator services. And we are really working towards our emergency preparedness efforts, where we have the Red Cross coming next week to do a training on how to create this space as an emergency shelter if need be for different types of emergencies. So we're working in that direction. We haven't really worked solar panels directly into that, but I think that we could evolve into that. I think we're still working really on the bones and structure of how we will pull these together.
I will add that Depot Bay received the same grant that we did, the same $100,000 grant. And they are looking at hydrogen fuel cells. Their consultants felt that on the coast that solar cells would not be available. You wouldn't get enough power out of them when you needed them. Hydrogen fuel cells were a better solution. I've gone and met with them. I'm going to see where they end up. It's a newer technology, but it works. I mean, they're convinced, and their engineering firm is convinced that they have enough power out of hydrogen fuel cells that that's a much better solution for them. So I've asked the Emergency Preparedness Committee to kind of start taking a look at that as Depot Bay moves forward with their planning.
Something to consider, Don, the connexes that we have for storage there, those are great opportunities to put some solar panels right on top of them at minimum to run the lights for the units inside.
Yeah, and that would be pretty low impact. Yeah, low cost, yeah.
It'll also keep them cooler during the summertime where they get baked. When they get hit on the top, it gives you a little air cushion between the solar panel and the top of the Connex. Just a thought. And I've seen a number of people rolling up to the parks, pulling out their portables on the little the conversion vans. And they charge up their solar panel for a couple of hours and they're off and they're watching run their computers and their lights for the night.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Good idea, Brent.
that's good. Yeah, we only have 10,000 in our emergency shelter for the commons. So, and I believe that was for the connexes or not.
Yes.
No, I'm just saying to explore as far as, we're looking at solars. I'm not a big fan as a guy in the building industry. I'm not a big fan of them on the roofs because especially on the coast, the fasteners, they just don't last. But on a Connex, it's a whole different story. It's a temporary structure. Obviously it's a Connex. And you're not giving up any land. You're not taking anything away. You're not disturbing anybody's view. It'd be an opportunity. And that's in an area that's going to be needing service during the time of outages, if we have something big happen.
Okay. I agree. Okay, so we've got the changes. Do we have a summary of the changes that we've asked for the capital improvements? We've gone through them one at a time, and I appreciate that. I don't remember them all one at a time. I do clearly remember the request to add additional monies to the pavilion, and then there were a couple takeaways and a couple more additions.
I have a question. I think I heard Dave. Is Dave there in the background? Rick, maybe?
Both of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the pump truck or the back truck drive by not too long ago and seeing some rust on the front of it. What about any major acquisitions for the public works?
Maintenance. We need to do maintenance and keep, some good truck. Yeah, I appreciate that, Brad, because everything we buy like that's really expensive. And right now, we don't have a need to replace that truck. Probably in about 5-10 years.
Do we need to then take a look at that valuation that we put on replacing it and adjust it accordingly? As well as any others? Take it now and looking forward to the CIP.
We haven't updated that sheet in a couple of years. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I would recommend we do that. We're seeing these huge spikes in spite of tariff things.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing from what's in here is changing pavilion.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought there was, oh, this is the updated.
Yes.
Yes, I get, okay. Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, I think we should add that to this capital budget. And then we're gonna have to add it to the budget as we get to the,
Mhm.
any objections?
What are we adding?
We're adding 75,000, correct?
Yes.
To the line item that is currently 85 for commons, I'm sorry, for the pavilion upgrades. Still short, but it allows us to have flexibility. And we do want your opinion on it.
Yeah, respectfully, I oppose putting more money into it till we make a determination. I think that we need to see where we're at with the library. We've got to see where we're at with the Little Log Church before we start embarking on something new. We need to take care of business first and then address what we're dealing with in the future.
I think that I guess I'm unclear. Why are you saying see where we're at with the library and the museum? I mean, those monies are allocated, contracts are signed. There's some contingencies, but that was included. So, I guess I don't see your question.
Because I'm in the business. I've seen it all the time. I see it all the time. You get towards the end of a project and boom, all of a sudden we're not at the number that we expected to be at. I'm not comfortable. I've been there. I'm 60 years old. I've seen it thousands of times.
Pretty straightforward.
These are, I think municipal projects like this are a little bit different. We don't have the client making changes at the last minute and because we're the client. So I'm confident that we will come in at budget on all of those.
We have contingency budget.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's take a vote then of accepting the capital budget with including an additional $75,000 into the pavilion, making that what, 1,660,000. Brad, you want to vote first on that one?
I'll vote no.
Okay.
I'll vote yay.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Brad's point is valid,
Mhm.
but I don't think there's a problem putting that money in there as a placeholder. I just wouldn't rush into doing something next week,
Mhm.
so I'll say yes.
With what Rick said, but I'll vote yes.
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 I'll agree with Rick. I think we don't rush into it, but we have a placeholder.
Yes.
Yeah, and I vote yes. Okay, so we're gonna change that allocation in the capital improvement budget. Okay.
There.
Yeah.
I propose that we take our dinner break now.
Just kidding. Reading my mind. I need a bio break and it's time to eat also.
My dog did.
So we will adjourn for what, 20 minutes do we need or 10? Yeah, let's take 20. Yeah. We'll start again at 6 o'clock. Yeah, doesn't that sound weird?
It was just 3 o'clock.
I just got the dog.
at 949 Yahats River Road improvements.
Okay, all right. Yes, please start. Right, I'm going to restart the meeting, come out of adjournment of the City of Yachts Budget Committee meeting of Thursday, May 15th, 2025. All right, we made it through capital improvements, and now it's time to start looking at the general fund. This is probably the largest question debate area. It includes multiple areas. One thing that has been changed from previous years is in previous years, the category was called City Hall, and we have changed that to City Services, which is much better, more descriptive of what the fund actually covers. It's much more than City Hall per se.
Page 22.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 22. And get a start here on this one.
Sure. So
I'm not getting any volume on my end at all. No audio.
It could be, oh, no audio.
Can you hear us, Brad? Brad, can you hear us now? And maybe if Brad logs out and logs back in, that happened the other day with somebody I was on Zoom with. But
Tell me.
can
Okay.
you hear? Yeah. Can you message him? Brad? Can you hear us?
Put it on, write it out, put it on the screen.
He's gonna send you a chat message.
Oh.
Be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because it's turned off internally.
See if you can read this. No.
Can you hear me?
No.
You have to walk away over there.
Yeah.
I can text him.
I don't have his phone number. You do? Oh my God.
I know.
Does anybody know
Yeah,
sign
he is
language?
now.
Yeah. Connecting to audio.
He needs to sign out and log back in.
What we're trying to get him to do, but he can't hear us.
He's muted.
All right, I'm texting him, we'll see if he gets it.
Have any pigeons we can send over there?
Can you kick him out?
Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, hey,
I'm confused.
the wonders of technology. All right, so I started off, Brad, because you've been doing this a long time. We used to call it City Hall. It's now called City Services, just to call it more what it is than it was confusing to a lot of people. They thought it was only about City Hall. All right, so city manager.
Yes. Okay, so our city services is our largest of our general fund funds. And the general fund city services holds a significant portion of the city's financial resources and is primarily funded by 61% of the transient lodging tax, as well as franchise fees, interest, property taxes, licenses, permits, and other sources. These funds are used for essential city operations, including city administration, financial services, code enforcement, planning, and maintaining municipal assets such as the Commons, Little Log Church Museum and Library, streets, storm drains, parks, and trails. This detailed breakdown of the general fund's revenue sources and primary expenditures offers a comprehensive understanding of the city's financial situation. In this fiscal year, the city of Yachats will continue to partner with the city of Walport through a contract with the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department to provide law enforcement coverage for the city of Yachats. As a dedicated service provider to the city of Yachats, the City Services Fund delivers a wide spectrum of essential functions for our residents. This fund supports the personnel, operations, and vital contributions to local nonprofit organizations through and community events through our community support. These community services fund dedicate or allocate the allocations to the city services or from the city services provide financial assistance to foster vibrant and supportive community environments. So page 22 is the city services capital reserve. So that is the funding mechanism for the capital projects that we were just discussing that are in the City Hall section of the capital improvement budget. And to the right on page 23 is the operations. And new this year, we have the beginning balance on every single one of these sheets and every single one of these funds. The beginning balance is separated out from the resources. In previous years, it had been combined, this beginning balance and the resources that we were going to be earning in that fiscal year or estimating to be earning in that fiscal year. Our beginning balance is our savings account. It is what is carried over from previous years. And then the next section is our resources, which is what we will estimate to earn in this fiscal year. This year, you can see that we budgeted low on the interest to be earned, and there's a couple reasons for that. One, we have been getting a 4.6 interest rate on our local government investment pool, which holds our savings. And previously, only the city service general funds were getting the interest earned from that account. And this year we're dividing it out into water and wastewater as well. So last year we had budgeted to bring in $175,000 of interest earned. We're estimating that we will actually bring in this year 149 roughly $1,000 of interest earned. And we are projecting our interest earned for this 25-26 fiscal year, proposing it to be 109,581. So that's down quite a bit for those couple reasons. The other fees and other income streams are pretty much on par. Our franchise electricity, we did vote this year to raise the electric franchise fee from 3.5% to 5%. So we are going to see an increase in that line item this year. That's for franchise electric. Then our transient lodging tax, which we've talked about earlier, we are projecting low for that as well. In previous years, we did budget 840 for this year, and we are estimating to bring in 866. We're proposing 823 roughly for our revenue for the transient lodging tax. Grants, we do know we will be receiving more funds for the trolley, the last $50,000 from the Travel Oregon grant. And we're also bringing in some funds for the ADA bathroom as well. And hopefully we'll bring in more, but we haven't, or for various other projects if grants are applied for, but we don't know for sure. So we're not putting them in there. Those are the ones we do know. And those are kind of any changes. And as you all do know, our property taxes that we are estimating to get are only $48,000 of our total revenues that we are bringing in. We do not bring in very many property tax dollars. Our largest source for our general fund is the transient lodging tax. And that is a very elastic, as I like to say, revenue source, and it's very dependent on the sentiment and feeling of the economy.
Can we back up a little bit?
Yes.
Under the capital reserve, there's the equipment and buildings. I
Mhm.
understand that those are from capital reserves, but are there specific ones that flow into those numbers?
Yeah, so those were the things from the City Hall section of the capital improvement projects. So there's the Connex replacement and supplies. There is a code compliance vehicle. We have $6,000 for City Hall lighting upgrades and $121,000 for the trolley purchase and some $5,000 for security upgrades. So that's the comment near those
Those
in
numbers.
combination. Yeah.
That's helpful.
Mhm. And
Don had a-
yes,
The 75,000, was that?
yeah, $50,000 of that is from, will be coming from Travel Oregon for the trolley and 15,000 from Lincoln County for the ADA restroom. And then as we travel down, do we want to stay in reserves or operations?
I'm okay with reserves, but I think we should kind of hit that each time we go through the reserves.
Okay.
What the major expenditure.
Okay. Okay, so into operations, we have personnel and this is we saw that FTE sheet earlier. These are the percentages that are being distributed to this fund. So you can see that last year we did spend a little bit more than we had we're estimating to spend a little bit more than we had budgeted for. And we're aiming down a little bit based off of that FTE sheet. We did all of these based off of the FTE sheet that you saw at the beginning of the book. And into materials and services, we have we're really focusing on trying to be very conscientious of our spending as we go through this year and into this next year's budget. Well, we want to make sure we have some flexibility to do the things we need to do. Just because we have it budgeted, doesn't mean we'll necessarily be spending it. I think we're all really conscientious of what we're doing on a daily basis and what we're purchasing, and if it's necessary. You can see that in the 24-25, this last year, the budget, we adopted here a $540,000 materials and services budget, but we're only projecting to actually use $394,000 of that. So you can see we did budget high for expenses that could happen, and we've been really conscientious of our spending, and we're budgeting a little bit in between those two numbers for this year at 452 roughly. Those are really the operating expenses of the city, the personnel and materials and services. And then we get down into the next section, and that's transfers.
And one thing on the shares, what is in the contract line, the 50 budget?
The contract line is, let me pull it up real quick. So that line item, we have things, we have Janet, our finance contract services. We have ACE alarm systems. We have somebody supporting with our you're doing some social media and graphic design stuff, some like different photography stuff that's been done. Just kind of different professional services that we don't have in our office. We'll contract through there, and it depends on what the need is at the time. That we'll be doing the contract professional services when we do any kind of like the land appraisals and things like that.
If you notice on when your crossing got out of control.
I believe there was a kind of an employee under that in the past, is my understanding. And so we're trying to use our employees as much as we can use our employees. But if there are things that we need to have done outside of employees, we'll use the contract services.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
What is the Lincoln County program support?
That is our sheriff.
That's
Oh,
one of
okay.
my questions.
And then the one below it, the community support and beautification,
Mhm.
is that the grant program? Discretion, okay.
Yes, discretionary and grant program funding. It's this year, this last year, we've talked about this several times now, but in previous years, that would be just, sponsorship requests or event support requests or program support requests from community organizations that are requesting city service or city financial support. And it's we've been working towards a system. This last year, I had an application and reporting system put in place, but I'm taking it a step further and having it be a timed out, announced grant process that they have to go through versus just a, hey, I need this amount of money, So I'm just trying to put more controls into that this year. And so I did actually take that down a little bit. And then also out of that line, when we've done our Christmas party for volunteers and we did a barbecue, appreciation barbecue, that kind of stuff comes out of that.
Perfect.
Well, it is less. Are you confident that it's enough? It was 60,000. You're looking at projecting 60,000.
I'm trying to be responsible.
Yeah, but it's also an important service.
It is.
And it's something that you get to do. I don't want to,
I mean, if I will always be fiscally mindful in my spending in this line item and all line items, if I have more flexibility, that is really, really good. But I think that I can taper it down a little bit too. There is more in Visderman.
Good point.
And we put more in that this year.
For historical purposes, this used to be referred to as line 26, and we would spend possibly 2 budget sessions because the individual organizations would make a presentation to the budget committee. And back when we were splitting $600 and people wanted $50 here, $50 there, we were working on it at that level of detail.
this is a much better approach.
Just can I say one thing?
Sure.
As you go through, I know you can't really tell the font colors, but if it's in black, it's 2.5% higher than last year's ending. If it's in blue, that means Bobby knew more information than that. You omitted.
Okay.
What was it if it was blue again?
That means Bobby had additional information, and so she was able to make it a better number than just 2.5%.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, Bobby,
Mhm.
let's see if I can. So the difference for the last year, for the last budget, between budget and actual was about what, 200,000? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
150.
it looks like looking at some of the individual items on here, you're probably going to be much closer to budget than that this year. So, but you're still pretty comfortable that this 451A is not going to be understated. Because the closer you cut it, obviously you have less wiggle room. Right? So you still, you're not cutting it so close that you're gonna end up on the other side. Because like the big items, like the Lincoln County programs, you have a much more exact number instead of 155 and you only spent 99. You've got 101,475. I assume you're pretty much assuming you're gonna spend 101,475. So I just, are there any things on here, significant items that you think you aren't going to be spending on, like contract, professional services? That's something that it looks like we're always under spending. We're always under budget for that. Is that something that you think, given your emphasis on training and so forth, is that going to be a more realistic number this year? And I just want to.
Who's that speaking? Is that Mark?
Yeah, that's me, Mark.
Yeah, I'll give you a little history on that with what was it, 4 city managers in the course of not even 3 years. We were outsourcing a lot of accounting, and that came under contract services instead of personnel services expense. And at one point, as we were transitioning into bringing more permanent staff on, we wanted to keep, or there were members of the committee that wanted to keep the number there just in case things didn't work out or we didn't transition and get somebody hired in-house.
I'll say I was trying to how can I take this down? How can I take this down? Can I take this down? I was really definitely trying to be conscientious of that. But, if there is room for more flexibility, that is good. That's a very good thing. I did budget up for education and training and travel because I think that's a really important thing for not only our staff, but I would really love for our city council to be able to attend the League of Oregon Cities conferences this year. I went up a little bit on that. I kept our legal expenses the same. The software, we kept that where we are, that's pretty much set. I think that if we gave a little bit more wiggle room in the community support beautification, that can kind of be a catch-all for any kind of additional thing that comes through. So that would allow for a little bit more flexibility in the overall materials and services.
Can we backtrack to that software comment? Because I didn't think we were having to have to plunk down, $27,713 every year. Plus, it's not just here; it's through various, other accounts that we'll go through later.
So what was your question, Brad, or comment?
Is this an ongoing $27,712 contract we've got for regular software upgrades?
So that's a lot of our website and all of the different Civic Pay, Civic Plus, Civic Rec, all of those different things. We have our GIS system that we split through the different departments.
Subscription.
Yeah. Well, I will say you'll notice that we took it down from $86,000 though to 26. Well, that was good. Why was it?
Well, I have a question. Are we still hoping to fund consulting?
So that was a one-time funding that we did last year. We do have this grant that we will put out to all community members and they're welcome to apply, but I will have a selection committee that reviews the grants with me. And we have a set amount and it would be open to all local nonprofits to apply for. And it's a much lower max.
So I
for
don't really
that.
want an answer as to how, because that's between you and them. But was there some way to measure what we got from that group?
So they actually are scheduled to do a year-end reporting to us on that funding that they received during our May 21st City Council meeting, where they will be sharing how they've used those funds and how it relates to tourism promotion. So
Yeah, I was all in favor of giving them a shot, but at the same time, I'm concerned if we got our money's worth.
I thought that was for her salary.
It was,
So,
yeah. No, we need to hear from them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Mhm.
It was a one-time request at that time.
Yeah, at that time.
In emergency prep, could I ask for another 5,000 and make it 10,000?
For what?
For emergency preparation, sure.
That was easy.
We've got some things that we want to do, so.
I will say the emergency preparation committee is really working hard right now, and they're really building a good core and really pulling things together to be able to truly respond in case of emergency, and they're doing a really good job. Mhm.
On the grant from the county on there, is that going through grant line or have we seen it yet? Is that still coming?
We have not seen it yet.
You've not seen it.
I don't understand why, there's travel in 3 places, at least that I can see. There's meeting, education, travel, and expense. And then there's education and training and travel. And then there's travel included in 2052.
Yeah, that's the other account. We're trying to combine it into one. So you didn't have to split out travel and.
Oh, so we're eliminating 2 of those components and putting that extra into the one that, okay.
Yeah, we're working on making it one, but we can't drop them yet because they have past history in those lines.
Good idea to put them all in one.
Yeah. Overdid the accounts.
You got 3.
But all the monies that had been in those other ones came,
We had some coming.
moved to that other category, right?
I have a few questions on the revenue side here on top. We've got business licenses, budgeted at 86, I know small dollars, 86, 83. We budgeted 10 last year, only took in 77.96. You're expecting to take in more between now and the end of the year, at least from April forward. I thought our business licenses were annual. Just curious about that.
Sure. We have different construction companies or different service providers that will come in anytime, and if they don't have a license, they will have to apply for one to do business in the city. There are definitely, and it's an annual renewal, but not everybody renews it on the year. Sometimes it's later, or sometimes they didn't think they were going to maybe do business again in Yachats, but then they do business again in Yachats and then renew it. So it does fluctuate.
And weren't we looking at evaluating, increasing those?
Yes.
They're not really we're not recovering our costs.
Mhm.
And so,
Yes, we have spent a significant amount of time reviewing all of the fees, and we plan to bring them to the July City Council meeting.
We bumped that up 3% from on top of the 2.
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, being one that pays, we, contractors, we get hammered by the CCB. We got beefed up this year, and we have to have state license, city licenses, and all this. And it may not seem like much to you, but when you try to do business and you get nickel and dimed, it's frustrating on the receiving end of that. Next line item is the licensed vacation rental. We're capped out. What's the difference there? The not quite $4,000, but we're budgeting 30,000. We didn't take in 30 this year, and we have the same number of rentals.
We have 5 open that could be given out before the end of the year, or into the next year, that are available right now. And we are also increasing that fee. So that's accounted for in this. And
Number of bedrooms could be different too.
and the number of bedrooms, yeah.
Real quick thing on the capital side there, capital outlay equipment, I think should be 131,000, and then building should be 22,000. I think we had 10,000 for the code enforcement vehicle that shouldn't be in buildings, it should be in equipment. So
Okay.
same total, but
What do you have?
151 and 22 instead of 121 and 32. $10,000 from one to the other.
We are also looking at raising, the, permits and filing fees will be part of that, fee, proposal we bring to city council in July.
So what permits on there and what fees?
Conditional use permits, variance filing fees, those are really, I think, the permits and fees with that.
Whoa, when are those renewed? When do we expect to make up the $5,000? And so actual is 2,600, estimated is 7,300 for the year.
So we estimated that based off of what was brought in from February to June, actually last year.
You see?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we used what happened
Yeah.
last year to estimate these. And you never know what's gonna come
Yeah.
in through those doors.
I had several of my questions have been asked, have been answered. Just a quick check. This year, Windows 10 is going out of operation. Do we need to replace a lot of computers or anything? And we only have $5,000 for computer equipment, and I'm just need to know what
We do have a lot of Windows 10
yeah.
operating systems.
All gonna be, many of them will be obsolete. So we should ask our IT people to give us an evaluation of what they suggest we do with it.
I know Diane had been looking into that. I'm gonna ask her.
And that shows up under other, like the water and wastewater too. And is that a purchase, or is those are mostly leases, I assume?
The computers are all purchase.
Oh, purchase, okay. Then we should check that.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the other question I had was, and this may be a moot point, but the finance committee had suggested that the lease on the Roja property could be amortized over the life of the lease. Does that show up here, or is that something that happens in private industry that's not really available to us as a city? I mean, what are we doing about that?
Balance sheet, but I don't think the balance sheet is cleaned up yet.
Okay,
Now you can't see it in here.
okay.
Manager still just going to balance it, creating the balance sheet. Yeah. Having an auditor.
So, where does it show up in our budget at all?
No.
'Cause
It doesn't,
we
no.
already paid the money out, yeah.
We do want to get that budget. Balance, but you know, have a problem with our auditor.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Okay, and so those were the two things that I hadn't had answered. I would just personally suggest that we, even though the bottom line is negative, and we've added 5,000 to emergency prep, I'd suggest we add at least 5,000 to the community service, community support line also. I think that you've demonstrated really good management of that account. And the flexibility, I think, is important. I mean, that is the interface to the city in many ways, the beautification. Understanding that does, now we're, instead of $90,000 resource required, that we will be 100,000.
Just to that note, really quick, I'd like to say that if we did no capital improvement projects, we would be putting $240,000 into our next year. We'd be rolling over 240,000 more into our beginning balance, which is already really high at $896,000. And so when we are spending into our beginning balance, our savings account, that really is to cover our investment into our assets. And that is putting into our capital improvement
Yes.
project when we get to that line.
And you know, there may be members of this committee that disagree with me, but that's a very hefty beginning balance. It's really not something that a city needs to carry.
There's a little issue.
It's, and look at column 3.
When February was typed in there, the actual to February, you carried over the beginning balance of 828,125.
Mhm.
Because that ties to the financial statement. But when we went to estimated actual, it should have been, instead of 828, we should have carried forward the 704.
At the bottom of column 3. And that's
Okay.
through all the pages. You
Yes.
need to watch that ending balance from the second close.
I'm not seeing which one, so what should be carried over, the 828, it should be more.
It should be 704,923.
We're not gonna get anything better than a soft close for the year.
Oh, okay,
No, we-
I understand what you're getting.
I sent you the audits that we got. Yeah.
It hasn't gone through our audit committee yet, though, I guess. Okay, so it's not, so the number is, it's still a hefty balance.
The two changes you made making that fix, the ending balance is 670.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a member of the Green Ribbon Committee back in the early 2000s, trying to find money to be able to initiate the construction of the current sewer plant, it's not very much money at all.
That's valid. We have a lot of large expenses or things that are, could potentially cost a lot of money. I've also been really looking at policies and reserve policies and what our cities is and what other cities are. And our city's reserve policy is that we strive for a contingency fund, a beginning balance that's between 7% or not less than 7%, and strive for 12% of the city's full general fund operating expenses. So the full general operating fund expense, if we had all of these Little Log Church, Commons, library, everything, visitor amenities together, 12% would be $147,000 of that. And the Florence uses this. It's a 60-day. Their reserve policy is that there's 60 days worth of operating expenses in your beginning balance in your reserve account. And that's pretty standard for a lot of cities. Reserve policy is that it's 60 days operating expenses in reserve accounts. Mhm.
Those that come out for us.
So for us, great question. I've got your answer. If we were to do the 60-day operating cost in our reserves anytime for the general fund total, we would need to keep $245,000 in the beginning balance. For public works, we would need to keep $482,000 in our beginning balance. And that's water and wastewater together. And that general fund, that's all city services, common, library, everything all together. Operating and personnel.
Bottom line is,
We're doing good.
yeah.
And I take Brad's comments seriously. I mean, I think it is something we need to really keep an eye on. But on the other hand, for us to build a new sewer plant, for example, that's going to cost, 50 million in today's dollars, something like that. It costs 35 to begin with. Whether we have 400,000 or 600,000 is not a substantial number to move. We have to figure out other ways to make sure we could finance something really large like that.
Well, that was the problem. We had to have loaded up front to be able to move forward.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and we were sacked with no ability to do that, and that's what the food and beverage tax is, and that's why that food and beverage tax, when presented by the Green Ribbon Committee, was to be restricted. Two restrictions on it. Number one was it had to go directly to the sewer. Number two was when that was paid off, it was to have sunsetted. And we are close to sunsetting. Is it this year or is it next year on that loan?
I actually looked that up and it doesn't have a sunset clause written into it.
That's because council took it after we presented it as a committee and changed it.
Gotcha.
no.
That was changed, presented incorrectly. The Green Ribbon Committee consisted of a number of business owners that were going to get stuck with huge assessments on their bills that were going to knock them out of business completely. Linda Hetzler spearheaded the Green Ribbon Committee. It was her idea. It was a very unique idea in order to capture funds from the people they referred to as affecting or causing the problem of the sewer plant in the first place. Rick, you can back me up on this. And it was gonna just nail everybody. Toppers was gonna have to come up with $30,000 out of pocket. The 5% food and beverage tax was a way to collect it effectively, a toll to our tourists who are already paying that toll via their room tax revenues. But it also captured those people coming through that weren't necessarily staying at one of the venues that we have available to rent.
Okay. That's a matter, I think, for the council at some
Well,
future.
it's a matter here for the budget committee to make sure that we have the money the next time. I've already brought this up through 5 different mayors. We're not going to stiff the next generation for being short-sighted now.
We're not, okay, we're gonna move forward. I don't see us getting, $50 million in this fund. So
But this is just for the city services general
this is
fund.
just city service.
Yeah, this is.
No, I'm not saying 50 million. It's just enough set aside so that we can secure funding that is required to have upfront cash to do that.
I understand that, and I think that this number is still adequate for that.
So, following up on that 60-day thing, is that something that we're going to be doing as a matter of policy in the future, or are we still talking about? Because one thing that I wondered about last year looking at the budget was that the reserve number, some of the reserve numbers just seem to be whatever people felt like. I think it'd be better if the city had a goal of a fixed number and stuck to that and use that money, because only, either way, having too much reserve or not enough reserve, there's problems with both. There's drawbacks to both. So if we can hit it, find a number we're comfortable with, it's in line with what everybody else does, and use that as a policy and just say, that's what our reserve is going to be, I think that would help planning in general for the budget.
Yeah, so the 60 days on just the city services, it'd be $138,000. And
I think that that's an excellent idea to develop a policy so that we aren't doing this every year.
so I really like the way Florence does their budget, and I modeled a lot of this off of it. Julia and I looked at theirs extensively and did a lot of things off of that budget style. They were an award winner, so that's our goal. But as part of their budget, they have a whole section right here. And it is on all of their fiscal policies. And it goes into their budget document each year. And it's really clear. It goes over all of their expenditure controls, their revenue policies, their purchasing authorities. And it's just a really good way to have operating budget policies, capital improvement policies. It's just a nice way to have them all together and referred to regularly, that rather than having to look up that policy or that policy or that policy, they're just that easy reference point. And I really liked that. And I'd like to work towards that for next year. I did not get to it this year. I'm sorry.
One other thing before we go, on the computers, just so you have the authorization, you want to go ahead and increase that to 10?
Yeah, I don't know how many we would need, but something like that. I mean, a computer costs,
The increase is enough to have that authority to
Yes.
spend it.
okay,
The computers are gonna die.
in October.
Have the authority.
Yeah.
Are they really like they just?
No, they don't get security updates anymore. and-
But there's possible, it is also possible to upgrade an existing PC to Windows 11.
It depends.
Depending
You
on,
have to upgrade your Microsoft.
Yeah.
very small fee, of course, but
Some of the hardware is not upgradable.
yes, agreed.
So, yeah, I think that 5, make it 10 is a good number until we know otherwise. And
That just like by.
like one computer. We don't buy expensive computers for
You
the
get to
staff.
sign up to use them.
They might by 3, but.
Yeah,
Well, this is just for city services and then.
yeah.
And then the other funds will have their computers that we can use.
And these are more server-like computers. They're not,
Like for City Hall.
So 10.
let's make it 10. Go with 5 more. Okay, we don't vote on each section, but we have less of the beginning balance, as was noted. And we have increased this by $15,000 in 3 different payments, 3 different areas. Okay, are there any other questions about this before we move on? All right, let's, if not, let's move forward.
Are we gonna, at least on the capital, make sure I know we did the expenditure side, but do we need to make sure we take a look and agree with the revenue side of that?
On the, well, on the first part of, on the operating side,
No, on the capital side.
on the, okay,
The capital, we approved the expenditure, but we need to look at the,
yeah, I don't know.
just make sure we're in agreement.
There's not that many items on it.
Yeah, this was pretty clean.
I guess that's why, what I was thinking, we could just move forward because it's. We got, okay, let's move into the commons. See what we've got on the commons. There are more transfers in on the commons. Let's start with the, Bobby, I don't think we need to read the copy.
Sure.
I think we're okay. Let's look at the capital reserve section first, beginning balance of 350, is that right? Is that correct, or is that some?
Be $12,000 more.
Okay. No, I'm on page 24.
Yep.
Yeah, so the soft close 2 at the end of 2024
Mhm.
was 250.
Okay,
So instead of the 238, it'll be 250.
okay.
Up here.
And then what's the beginning balance?
And if I need to make a
That's been confusing to me, and I thought I had it all figured out with what gets added up to create the beginning balance. It's the actual plus the capital outlays. There's the 250 plus 143.42, I believe, it gives you the 350.
Yeah, but what was at the beginning of the column on estimated actual
Yes,
was 238,
yeah,
but we need to pull out 250.
yeah, got it. So it's higher. Got it.
12,000 more, yeah.
Higher is easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and then there's a visitor amenities transfer into the commons. And then the quick overview of what the improvements are, capital outlays.
We have, let's see, emergency shelter for the commons, $10,000. Sound, lighting and upgrades, $50,000. Generator housing relocation, $15,000. Park master plan, $20,000. Public restroom, $25,000. Northeast Stairs, $45,000. Now we've increased the pavilion from 85 to 160. And that's all of the commons CIPs.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so any questions then as we look at the commons operations column?
We do need to increase one by 75.
Yeah, but it's in the building.
Capital outlay building.
Check that split.
Yeah, so that would put us
There.
resource over requirements number will change too then. So we've added 14 or 12 something, 12 and we minus the 75.
We double with the rents and fees.
Yeah, that's a good question.
We're over to operating.
Yeah.
We're still,
Oh, I think the other part is just arithmetic.
yeah. With the rents and fees, we have a community service coordinator that's really on top of getting it all rented out, and we foresee that it'll be rented more out as well this coming year. She's putting together some rental packages, and we're also going to be increasing some of those fees. So that's what we're looking at for that.
To take into account the loss of rental for the pavilion.
Doesn't.
We haven't had much this year.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
No.
it's been closed a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we're probably okay with that.
So how come we removed an allocation on the city manager portion of salary on here? There's no allocation for city manager time for the commons.
Well, there hadn't been previously, and then I don't, some with the personnel distribution, there had been some that got put there for the extra work that I kind of did in between our, we lost one community service coordinator and brought on we call our community spaces coordinator.
Right.
Anyway, commons coordinator, for lack of better words. And so we do not have me in that area anymore. We've got somebody else covering that.
But you are 100% allocated, so.
I am 100% allocated.
It just seems like there should be a portion of it allocated to the commons operation as well. Just, I mean, oversight of.
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
that's a good point. I think we have me
No,
between,
it's just moving shells. I understand that. It's not representative of the true cost of the operation of the.
yeah,
structure.
that's a
Don't allocate
good point.
correctly, so.
I think we've got me in City Hall, water and wastewater. But it would make sense to have still some of that.
Yeah, take some from City Hall and.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rad. I think that's.
No, I mean, I'm not splitting here. I just had a chuckle about you and wastewater. That'd be gross.
Hey,
Hey,
a lot of energy thinking about wastewater.
Sorry, I've had to crawl in it. So those of us.
anything else jump out at anybody?
Just like to point out that we're generating $45,000 in fees or whatever you want to call it. But the community spaces coordinator by themselves is almost that much.
Hmm.
So there's this idea out in the community that we're generating a whole bunch of revenue. We're really not.
Yeah.
This is as a business, it's a losing proposition no matter what you do.
Mhm.
And the people that want to spend $3 million to make it a state-of-the-art theater, you'll never, ever pay for it. Anyway,
Okay, yeah, that's a good observation though.
Mhm.
Building and land maintenance, does that involve? So that seems like a lot.
Well, and we've been doing a lot of catch up over the years, and we've kind of are rolling that what we've been spending kind of forward as projection. I think I do think that that is a little high for what I think we might have in front of us, but you also never know what's going to pop up with a building that's
Yes.
this old. So I feel more comfortable leaving it kind of at a higher level.
Spent 55 already.
And the reason for that is the removal of the heating oil tank. That was a really large expenditure and really necessary expenditure, but large. And we did split that between city services and commons, just to balance that a little bit. So both building and land maintenance in city services and in commons is a bit high this year, and we don't project see a large expenditure like that in this next few.
I was gonna ask, how confident are we that we don't have soil remediation in front of us?
What do you think, Dave?
75%, because the guy has been dragging his heels getting the report wrote, so he thinks that we're doing really well.
Okay,
But I can't say anything more than that until he sees it.
but if it were a real problem, you would have heard.
Yes,
Hey, Dave, or Rick, when were those ductless systems replaced last?
You're in this building? Probably
Yeah.
It's 20,
probably 7 or 8 years ago.
Okay, my experience has been 7 or 8 years is done for. Do we have that on a replacement?
we had, so there were consumer units. There were 13 consumer units in the parks and commons. Suggestion the city followed through with replacing with a 50-ton single air-to-air exchanger. And that came with, I believe, a 15-year warranty and is expected to last at least 30 years. So there's one big unit. We haven't gotten rid of, for some reason, I don't know why, we haven't gotten rid of all the consumer units, but they are redundant to the big 50-ton unit that's in the back.
Okay. We have regular maintenance service on that, so we get some feedback
do.
from them.
We do, and we
We have a contract, we just signed it and paid.
I just signed it and I was frustrated because I saw the consumer units also got service when they could have been replaced by the big unit. So
Okay.
Guys, if that soil remediation thing
Yeah,
starts going sideways, that could be a nightmare. I lived through that.
yeah, I understand and I agree, and let's just cross our fingers. I mean, there's probably also grants available for that kind of work, but yeah, it's gonna be, if that turns, as you say, goes sideways, it's a nightmare.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring something up. We've brought it up several sessions previously. The mowing. One of the risk we have with the mowing is how much longer is he gonna mow?
Is he gonna what?
How much longer is he gonna mow?
Before he retires,
Yeah.
I think. And another person then to do it, or maybe someone will buy his equipment.
No, I know. It's just it's a risk that
Yeah, it is.
if we haven't done any bidding, checking anything out, it's a risk that we have. I know Waldport. I know a number of the guys on the public works there. They do their own mowing, and we're surprised when I said that we have ours contracted out. But just throwing it out there, I know somebody had expressed concern in the past how much it costs us, and we debated that back and forth. Of course, it costs us, but it doesn't cost us in terms of any additional burden on our payroll. And also they maintain and take care of all their own equipment and stuff. But it's just one of those risks that's out there.
Why is it a risk, Brad? I don't get it.
Lawn grass.
The cost of lawn care has increased substantially, or yard maintenance, whatever you want to call it. And if we lose somebody that we've had a relationship for a long period of time, we might be surprised at the next
Oh, I see.
increment coming up.
I
So
agree.
I think it's prudent of us to do our homework and just understand where we're at. Are we going out to bid, or are we just comfortable with him? I run into him all the time out on my job sites. He's a nice guy. I don't know him personally. I just wave to him. He's always courteous and everything. But like me, he's getting older, and it's a physical job. When we get older, we hurt.
Okay, I'll leave that to the city manager. But I will also make a comment that, in terms of custodial support, very appreciative of the work. I know we're a little over budget, and we need to budget well. I think that, the building has been really well maintained the last year.
I have a question about that. Okay, so if we add on 2 new bathrooms.
Mhm.
And we add on, I don't know where in the years we're looking at because you mentioned outside bathroom even now. Okay, that's additional custodial time and service needed.
Mhm.
Just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
no,
we have it in there.
that's a good point. I mean, we'll have less porta potty fee.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
But no, the 2 new bathrooms will increase that number.
We do about $12,000 in porta potties in the year.
Is that in that line then, the custodial support line? Is that where our porta potty is?
Oh, no, it's not. It's in, it comes out of community support beautification in both city services and visitor amenities. But
Or the contract professional services. Because the community support beautification, isn't that the grant programs?
so there's a lot of things that happen in community support and beautifications. It's not purely grants. There's a lot of things. So like when we do our volunteer appreciation and things like that, the Christmas dinner, porta potties, there's a lot of things that kind of fall into that
Good.
balance.
Balance out.
Yeah.
Increase.
Except we have more porta potties than just.
Okay, right, but I just want to make sure we have enough for
Yeah,
this.
but no, that, I think,
Point.
yeah, it's a good point, and Brad talks about maintenance, and that's, when we
Mhm.
put in a new bathroom, there's maintenance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward to the, onto, any other comments or concerns? Not, we'll move to the Little Log Church. So we're on page 26 and 27. This is one of those items that we're going to close out the major expenditures this fiscal year. Or I'm sorry, the 25-26 fiscal year.
For sure.
We're sure. I mean, that has been the city's commitment, that we will do the old part of the building. Here's the amount of money that we're gonna spend, the 385,000, and then we're done. And if there's more work needed, then that's up to further discussion, and hopefully through grants and funding that the Friends of the Little Log Church will procure. But we had a firm commitment on that.
And the contract date is that they will have it done in November.
Oh, wow.
The contracts specifies they'll be done in November.
That's the end of the world when that is completed.
As Tom Lorenzen keeps telling us, things don't get cheaper the longer you wait for them to start them.
This is one situation where when we carry forward the soft close ending balance,
Mhm.
we end up with a negative ending balance.
Right.
50,000, Little Log Church reserves. Would be negative over here.
Is that because we've been writing checks already?
Yeah, because we started out with the budgeted starting balance of 185, but it's actually it actually ended at 166.
I think we ended up spending more stuff
Hmm,
than what was estimated.
yeah.
Payroll in there.
Payroll storage probably came out of there.
Mhm.
Transfer a little bit more from.
Yeah, I think that's the appropriate transfer. I mean, it's,
Like 160 from visitor amenities?
yeah, let's try to make that kind of whole when we're done. I mean, that is by far the cleanest transfer from visitor amenities that we have. I mean, it's, the law says for museums. So I don't know what the number is yet, but, can we get that?
But change it from 130 to 160, we've got a positive 14,000.
Okay, let's do that then. Any other issues with this?
So
Okay.
what's the purpose of doing that? To get rid of the resources over requirements and bringing that to zero? Where are you doing that and where are you pulling the money out of there?
We're pulling the money out of the visitor amenities fund that has $1.5 million in it and is intended exactly for this purpose.
If we, in the visitor amenities, just for, just in the conversation here, if we followed that 60 days operating cost as a minimum for reserves, we would need to keep $59,000 in the visitor amenities fund.
Have 1.5 million.
Well, we're gonna end up with a lot less than that.
Right now.
Yeah.
Or we-
The reserve, yeah,
We're lucky because like the city of Seaside has $7 million in their visitor amenities fund and they don't know what to do with it. They can't spend it.
It's a great problem.
Well, it just sits there though. It's not,
I don't think that reserve applies to visitor amenity because of the law.
yeah, because. Okay, let's keep moving forward. So I appreciate that, observation and we're gonna take that take 30,000 additional from, the visitor amenities will be about flat then on this. Okay, any questions on the general fund of the Little Log Museum operations, page 27? Not a lot of money being spent.
I don't know if we need to think about putting more operational money in there since we're gonna get up and going, but I don't see it really costing that much. But maybe for some displays, maybe for some materials, some brochures or something.
Yeah.
If we wanted to get some material like that, but I think we could use the marketing dollars to
Oh, okay.
that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're doing this as a market, not just as, but, important part of doing this is as a marketing tool. I mean, I know a lot of people are very attracted to it and they've had visitors from all over the world, et cetera. So, I do, I think in ending balance, there's not much money in here for them to do anything after November when the building's done.
I will say that Rosa is working, because she'll be assigned this building to make sure that it's gonna be renting, she's gonna rent it out as, we're gonna take the old common sound system and put it over there so it can be used for weddings, it can be used for receptions, it can be used, it's going to be part of our rental system. She'll be taking people over there, showing them around, making sure that it's all set up for people and to be able to use it for rental. So hopefully it'll bring in some revenue for itself in that way. Much like the Commons is probably not going to be paying for itself in fees and rentals, but hopefully that will help bring in some additional funding for it. She is also really diligently looking at grants for it.
is that rent and fees really that reasonable at 5,000 operating only what will be 7 months? 3 of which are in the middle of winter time?
It's probably optimistic.
You can have a 17,000 cushion.
Can they make sure, since you have the beautiful picture of the bell there, I mean, we have the construction costs here, but is the bell restoration and replacement, is that like in addition to the construction costs?
The Little Log Church Museum Friends are doing that.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
And they are also contributing $130,000 that comes in through this grants and gifts and donations line that also gets moved it comes into the Little Log Church operations and gets moved to the reserves for the construction. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm still not comfortable, I guess, with $17,000. Is that enough to kind of initiate the programming?
Yeah, do we need to up the marketing or?
I feel like we probably would be smart of us to up it a little bit.
Okay,
Is it, well, the marketing's only at $104.
but she said that it'd come out of the general marketing
Oh, for the city.
for the city,
Oh, I
but yeah,
see.
but
Okay.
somewhere we can add more money into
Mhm. I mean, there's just really not a lot of lines. either
materials and
there, you know,
ser-
materials and services.
and services, because it would be displays.
Maybe we could make that $10,000.
Yeah, let's do that.
And
Why
all-
don't we, why don't we pull it from the building maintenance? Because we got a brand new building. What kind of maintenance are we gonna have in the first?
Right, along with the maintenance, I'm just asking a question, if all the old pews and things that are in there, are they still good and still gonna be able to be there and function? Or is that possibly a new, I've never been in there, I've only, when I first moved here, could see through the window, the gorgeous piers and listen to me, pews. But just wondering if all of that, I mean, might we need money for that?
It's very possible. I really don't know. I haven't been on the inside either. I mean, it's been boarded up for so
Right,
long. I don't
right.
really know what the.
Because we're not really gonna have a functioning thing to open.
Use are in real good shape.
Yeah, they're
I'm
good
sorry.
shape.
But they,
All that stuff's in pretty good shape.
is it, did they leave the,
No, it's wood grade pews.
I thought they were white.
yeah, they were painted. So, but are they there or did we move them into storage?
Could be there.
It's all stored in Walport.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So they have to, I don't think that the construction includes the cost of reinstalling them, for example.
To make it a
Make it-
place that we're using as a community, come visit
Yeah.
us, place, we may well need some.
We might
to
maybe-
stuff- The stuff.
Let's,
Another coat of paint on the pew.
It's just the impression the friends of the, whatever they are, we're gonna take care of it. Because they had a specific thing they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A certain way they wanted it to look and.
I appreciate that, but they are we really pushed them to come up with 130. Let's put another 10, just as almost,
We're gonna change material services from 1,000 to.
10,000, and I think Brad makes a good point. We could easily take probably 3,000 out of building and land maintenance.
We just need to maintain the land. right?
Yeah. And
Exactly.
we have a grounds line also, grounds
What
and
if we-
mowing.
Right now, we're showing having 26, we show 0. We budgeted 8,000 and we've got 2,666 estimated for end of year. What's that figure there for?
That's just the 4 months remaining. We didn't set it to 0 because we didn't know if there was gonna be any but used.
So I don't think that then is, I mean, it's kind of a fictitious number in of itself. So, but I will make one other comment, and that is, I think that my personal experience, I don't know if you guys know, I'm like the night walker in Yachats. I've reported more crimes than anybody in the city. This is an area where there's a lot of nefarious activity that goes on. I think that code enforcer position of $579 is significantly low.
Which line was that, Brad?
Code enforcement.
Yeah,
We need more of a presence. It's where the bus stop is. It's a spot where I've had troubles in my late night walks. So,
True.
and a new building, we need to make sure.
I think that's something we can work with the sheriff.
Yeah.
I think,
Code enforcement, not a cop.
right.
Well, the camps are set up. during the day,
I
too.
think, I understand and share your concern. It's one of the reasons why I think we need to get the building up and running. visibility, people coming in and out. I know at night that doesn't solve the problem, but it will soften it, let's say, I hope. But yeah,
Maybe you can catch the delineator person.
yeah.
I think your custodial service is too low also.
Again, I think we can depend on how low is it? I'm looking for.
$43 for the year.
Where is that?
Yeah. Oh, I'm the wrong. Never mind.
Never.
You will need to be custodial.
Yeah, there will.
So you're not in the.
Yeah, but I'm not.
And so for 6 months, couple hundred, couple thousand, 2,000. I mean, it'll be that part of the building will be a new part of the building.
Yeah, but you got bathroom.
Yeah,
2,500.
Yeah.
I have a question about the security at night. I mean, like, even if it's a low lit, but a sensor light that's just near like the backsides of the church. Because that's where you get the sleeping bags and the tents and the,
so I don't know that these are, I
No,
appreciate the
no,
concerns,
but
they're not
it's
budget.
but no. Yeah,
So, but yeah, I think that security is a question and we need to have the city manager address that.
Yeah.
It's a concern.
Let's get it built first.
So the question is whether or not the friends,
Custodial, 2,500.
the friends of the Little Log Church are
Line for it. We need to add it.
Go ahead, Brad.
what responsibilities do the friends have versus the city's responsibility? In the past, they've borne more of the responsibility of operating the facility when we were charged with responsibility of taking care of the structure portion of it.
Yeah. And that would be my goal going forward, but I think a little extra to begin with.
But the thing is, we've gone, 5 years? My daughter was married there, by the way, so it has a close, close tie to our family. But the people that were there, Carl mentioned this. He says, we're getting older. We're not going to be around, and that's are their friends. How many? What group do we have, and what are the capabilities of the group that we do have remaining?
we have some young people on that group, don't we, like Zach?
We do have one young person. Yep.
So I think that legitimate concern, legitimate question, I think that's a question for them and Rosa, maybe that we can get, and we can help them through the city newsletter.
Absolutely. And our vision for this is that it will be run much like our library is running right now. We have the library administrator, and then it's all volunteers that keep it open. And we're looking at the same model for the Little Log Church Museum. And it'll be Rosa who's keeping track of everybody's schedule, and then the volunteers that will be running that. And I'm sure some of them will be friends of the Little Log Church Museum, but they don't all have to be. They could be you, Catherine.
Well, thank you.
You can see the whole, go inside.
Music.
Well,
Okay,
again, that's,
we're going down some rabbit holes here, folks.
that is changing the format. If that's what we're doing, that's changing the format of what it's.
Here till midnight.
Okay, so there was a proposal to transfer additional monies from visitor amenities.
To cover our new line item and to cover the increase in material and services.
Wait, we can't have more than one conversation going. So the chair is recognizing Councilor Hibb.
So we added the 30K from the visitor amenities to help justify how that beginning balance was not correct. But then we're adding 9,000 to material and services and 2.5 for custodial. So do we need to add more from the visitor amenities to make up for that?
Into the operations.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
So maybe make that 45,000.
if you don't.
If we don't add any, Julie's saying that our ending balance will be just about $9,000 if we don't add any.
I'd like to add it in.
We're gonna
Yeah.
shuffle
I mean,
some of that. We were just gonna shuffle out of building and land maintenance, a portion of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some of
two
it.
That, yeah.
Yeah, two of it. But yeah, let's rework that and come up with what we need to transfer from visitor amenities. I just, we're gonna have a new restored building. Let's launch it, see where we're at.
Launch it and
And
stuff.
visitor amenities is meant for that.
Yes, so.
So we could put more in, then we'll rework this. I knew it was gonna need more, but I kind of didn't know.
Okay, yeah, well, I think they have our support, but not open-ended support.
Mhm.
Okay.
So where does that put us? Can you give us line changes? So are we gonna take building and land maintenance, take it to say 3, line 205, 330?
Yep,
3,000?
Okay,
Yeah,
take
that's what I had.
All right, and then we're gonna, who was suggesting providing some services to get the building up?
We were talking about making materials and services at 10,000 in order to launch the exhibits and get everything that would be needed for a successful launch.
Okay, well, my materials and services line is currently, it's 15,645. I'm confused.
No, we're at, it's 1,000 under the operations.
Line 205,490.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I was looking at the sum total of materials and
Yeah,
services.
yeah, it's a line up from there.
So you're changing 1,000 to 10,000? Is
Yes,
that what you said? We're
Yes.
not
Yes.
10.
Also adding the line for custodial, which is not on there currently, and making it 2,500. And I propose we bring over $50,000 from visitor amenities versus the 20 that's on there.
Split, what was the 2,500? Are we trying to maintain a percentage split?
no,
No.
2,500 was for custodial services, so from November to the end of the fiscal year.
Well, I mean, up in these revenue, in the resource.
Oh, and what was your question then?
The question, are we trying to maintain a split between city services and visitor amenities?
No, Dawn, that was just what had been in the past, so I left it. I didn't change it.
Okay, if you look at the 25 and 75 before, that was a percentage agreed,
Okay.
differential there. I don't know if that's changed in any of the meetings, in the council meeting.
No, I don't think so.
So-
I mean, the city services operations, 2,500 happens to be the same as what we're talking about for custodial. So we're just kind of putting a name on it.
Before, we used the percentage 2,500 and 75. And that's why the budget was put that way. And then it's just been distorted by using the whole 20,000. The question is, how much can visitor amenity support versus?
I think all of it.
Yeah,
I think it's a straight across, like absolutely a thumbs up approved expenditure for visitor amenities.
100%.
Yeah.
So what we can do, because the 2,500 was carryover, you could zero that out and just take everything visitor amenity, if that's your policy.
It could be, yeah.
yeah, I think for this startup year, I think I'm comfortable with that. There may be a request from them in out years that they want additional, I don't know what, for city services.
Volume percentages between the two.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
So I think that's what we'll have.
Yeah, I'm kind of a zero-sum budget person, though. I'm not. No, that was the school of budgeting I was raised in. Okay, let's move on to the Yahats Public Library. Again, a lot of capital costs this year. It's kind of the same existential question, if you will. I did have a question here. There is transfer from library operations, it says $400,000. At the bottom, I'm on page 28 and on page 29. On the bottom of page 29, it says transfer to library reserve is 525. So we have $125,000 difference if I'm reading it correctly.
The two pieces. So that's transfer from city services ops plus transfer from library ops is 525, and that's the 525. It says transfer to library reserve. Is that it?
Yeah, is that, at best, that's confusing to me.
That should have been the 400, right?
Yes, that's what I would say.
That should be 400.
And then we need to make sure that from city services, we have that 125.
I think it's just
Transfers.
so the 400,000 comes in
And that goes to the
okay, it's 29.
On page 29, it says 525.
No, at the top, the 400,000 comes in from the library group.
Yeah,
And then I agree that I think only 400 should come out of there. Be done at the transfer out. And then the 125 is coming from city services.
Correct. So not, yeah, so the 55 of that 180 will actually be used for operating. That's coming from transfer from city services. The 125 of that will go towards the reserves, making it 525.
Yeah, but I think the 21,7,126 should be 400.
yeah, I that's the way I was reading it also. And I transferred this, when I looked at the transfer sheet, that was where the 180 was in there, but I'm just looking on, making sure on page 23 that that's the correct number. And that's what we have here on page 23 is to library operations. Yeah, so I think we're off 125.
Yeah, I think you're on. I think 125 is doubled up. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused.
So if you look on page 28, the last line on revenue is 400,000, transfer from library operation.
The other 25 is coming from city services.
Have it transfer out from city services.
We do have no transfer. We have why would we transfer out when we're transferring in? I mean, this is confusing. We're transferring from city services operations from the reserves. Then we're putting it back. I mean, that,
It goes from operations to operations. Operations to operations.
So do you need the other? You really don't have that much money in there, do you?
That was part of it, because we're gonna end up with a negative.
yeah. I mean,
The 400,000 is not the same as the 180. The 180 transfer from city services is a general fund page down to library. And this is 400 is from the library operations.
Why is there a
Yeah.
transfer from city?
Okay, I think I got it.
okay, okay.
Okay, side combo? I think I got it. I think we just need to take off this in library reserves. I think we need to take off the 125 right there and the transfer in from library ops, that line that's 400, that needs to be 525.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're sure that's not a carryover of additional.
One more note. I did hear today that actually because the library, Friends of the Library has been keeping this grant funding in a CD, They actually have $450,000 to give us for the construction of the library.
Okay,
The transfer from library ops on the capital reserve goes to 525. So then our total is
and
650.
no, because we're taking out the transfer from city
Oh,
service.
taking out the city one. Okay,
Eliminate them.
so, okay. And then transfer to library reserve stays 525 over here.
Yes,
Thanks.
please.
On page 28, the transfer from city services ops is 125.
And that's, we're removing that.
Right.
And then on page 29, the transfer from city services ops is 180.
Yes.
So is that,
So 55 of that stays in the library operating for operations and 125 of it goes over, or 50 of it stays in operations and 125 of it comes over to reserves.
We just drew a line through that.
yeah, well, where's the, I'm sorry.
It comes from operations, library operations and not city operations.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Before we do that, just a question. Just a bug is spinning around my head here. The 265 that shows the soft close prior year, was there an additional 125 that had to run through the city that's completely separate from everything else?
Add the 150 that's been in there for a long time. There's two beginning balances.
I have a
Well,
vague
yeah.
recollection of we didn't run it through the library operations fund the way a bequest was made. Is there
Yeah.
any possibility that that's a lingering thing hanging out there, and it just is coincidental that the 125 and the 180 is working it up this way? So I thought there was another bequest, and I don't remember her name.
I think Julia and I could really, and Neil can work this out
Okay.
and make sure we got the transfers all right.
Yeah, sheets.
Yeah, and there is an additional $150,000 bequest, but the city doesn't have that yet.
Was the other 150 was that the friends, right?
There was another donor, but it went, I believe the donor gave it to the Friends, yeah,
Right, yeah. I don't know if that's in their number, but she's talking the 450.
yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, there was another 150 that the friends were holding on to, and I don't know if that was in that same account that they were talking.
Because they're planning on giving us $450,000.
Does that include the 150 that they had from the special donor?
I don't know that.
Okay, we need clarity.
Yes,
So
and
basically, we concur that something's not matching up. That's what we
yes.
concur, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we move on past the fact that something's not matching up, somebody's going to get that matching up for us.
Yes.
Okay.
And so then, is there anything in the operating and, understanding that it gets done about the same time, I believe, about November, library opens up?
Yes.
So, we do have, a structured volunteer group. We do have a lot of books in storage. We're paying a monthly fee for. There's going to be some surplus property, I understand. So is this enough for us to initiate from November until next July?
Well, I guess I'm wondering about, even if they're selling off some things, but as in a new library, you need all new bookcases and furniture and tables and chairs.
Yes, and well, I don't know about chairs, but the bookcases, yes, because they have to be structural. And do we know if those costs are? My understanding was that we had to do some special kinds of bookcases with special reinforcement so that they don't tip over. Was that included in our initial construction costs, or is that?
In the 100,000 for interior finishings.
Okay.
Fiscal year.
Okay,
We've got a structural engineer. Details right.
okay. We do have money in the budget for it.
Are these line items down below sufficient?
I don't think
Software, 200,
custodial,
what's that?
custodial for 143, I think.
Yeah. Software, 50, building and land maintenance for 522,000.
Materials and supplies for 616. Where'd they
Well,
come from?
I would, we need to be, like software, I mean, they're still got, they're using the same software, but it seems low to me. I mean, they're not,
And there's no operating contingency at all.
yeah, I think we need to relook at that.
For these.
Similarly, if we're launching a new building, we don't have to market it as much. I mean, that's not, but we do want them to have we want it to be able to open the doors and be clean and stay clean and.
Yeah. You know, like a lot of this is kind of carried over from this
Mm.
last year.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm thinking about it now and I'm looking at that number with the custodial, and all of the custodial would have been part of the Commons building custodial because
Mm.
it's in the Commons building right now. And I didn't even think about that until just now.
And then I was
Yeah.
gonna bring up the DSL, so it's a much lower number than the Commons DSL, but they're gonna be using more internet, I would assume, with all their online computers.
Yeah.
So that probably needs to go up.
Yeah.
And do they have like several other additional online computers for people to use?
Yeah, they,
Oh, yeah.
They
Yeah.
had one,
They-
right?
They used to have two. They only have one in the room right now, but they used to have two.
Also, there was the additional $14,000 in grants above the 450s from the Friends of the Library. So they're really giving a lot of money to the library programming and building.
And so,
Okay, so, but I don't see that in here, the 14.
No, I just found out
Oh, okay,
about it.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
So the library committee didn't contribute to the formation of this budget?
They did, the librarian did, yes. Yes, I took her numbers.
she may have been basing them on what she's spending this year.
Yes, I imagine. Hmm.
So we need to make sure that they have a successful launch.
Yes, I agree.
And, you know, they don't need fancy computers, so they do have to run Windows 11.
Yeah, maybe $2,000 for office materials and
At
supplies.
least.
Yeah, it's a startup.
3, 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 to 5, I think, you know, they get new pencils, new building.
Internet,
Oh, we were
25.
going all electronic.
Pencil holders.
We're not going all electronic with the new library?
Pardon?
Going all electronic.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be wired. And I guess I don't know about the, you know, check in, check out. The challenge for checking in and checking out has been the volunteers as much as the software.
Yeah.
Let's get old Dewey Decimal back in.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, do we order card cattle?
There we go.
I bet anybody under 25 doesn't even know what that is.
You know, they sell.
This just needs to be-
Furniture house.
Yeah, I made a few marks on all of these line items real quick. Office materials and supplies, I turned it to $5,000. Telephone, cell phone, DSL, $2,500. Software, $5,000. Custodial support services, $5,000. Operating materials and supplies, $5,000. Materials and services, $2,000, and operating contingency, $10,000. I also added $14,000 to grants and made gifts and donations, $450,000.
Okay, so it's not coming, that was my next question. You added a lot of money there, but where's that getting bucked up from? So basically you're taking the interest on their CDs and applying that and just giving a better distribution of the costs.
And we'll have to go through and see what all of these changes add to, if we need to bring any more over from city services.
I'd like
Okay,
to,
well, I couldn't write that. 5, 10, 15, 25, 27. I missed one of the lines. The might have been software. What do you have on software?
5,000.
Okay, so there's another 5.
that-
52,259 on
Yeah, some of those I think we can, software, I'm not sure. They've got software licenses already, so I'm not sure what more they would need. But I think we need to run this by the librarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we're going in the right direction.
And even that children's librarian, if you have a person in mind that, for that, Bobby, I mean, there may be special things that they would really like to have a startup.
I'm not sure there's something, but a lot of children, a lot of that is they're addressing it through some of the grant applications. Yeah, no, I think that's a legitimate point. But let's just make sure that it doesn't have to be opulent, but that we have a successful launch. I mean, that'd be my concept.
Mhm.
And we don't have a lot of security in here either, and that, I know libraries are facing security issues more. So we need a camera,
Yeah, I'm sure.
other things. That's
What about-
not materially relevant. I mean, we can cover all of that in office materials and supplies.
Is there, the building, land and maintenance? I mean, just for the initial landscaping right around the building, I mean, you want it to look pretty.
Yeah, that's included in the contract. It's not fully blown out. For one thing, there's not much land left.
I was gonna say.
But it's minimal. So volunteers, plantings and stuff will all be needed. Okay, we're gonna need to see that again, I think, in another session. Okay. Public library, I think we're doing what we can to really make this a successful project.
Well, the city's getting a deal. Almost all the labor.
In the inside.
I
Yeah,
mean, that's crazy.
yeah,
So it's worth throwing some money at it.
yeah, I agree. Librarians are invaluable. Okay, let's move on to general fund parks and trails, page 32 and page 33. Any comments or concerns in this area? There was a $350,000 capital outlay. Is that for preparation for the estuary?
Mhm.
And then that transfer from visitor amenities for the estuary as well? Or is that just?
Yes, so from capital or CIP to Parks and Trails, we have 250,000 of that to go towards boardwalk construction and 100,000 to underground utilities. And this is where the estuary boardwalk will be coming out. That project total is estimated to be a little bit above $915,000. The grant that we're applying for is about $735,000. And View the Future is contributing $70,000, 60 from their 804 trail fund that they received from the Dollar Stay program that they have with the Overleaf, and $10,000 they applied for a grant on this project's behalf through the Three Rivers Casino tribe, and that was only available to nonprofits, so we wouldn't have been able to even apply for that. So they did that on the behalf of this project. When we moved $400,000 over from visitor amenities to cover those city contributions to the grant, which would be towards the construction of the boardwalk and the underground utilities. And we did not account for the grants or the additional monies because we don't know totally yet.
And if we don't get them, these are all sort of.
The 804 line and trying to get that money.
Will we get that money regardless or?
When we get the money, because that's where we ended up going to use it for the landmark.
We're talking about the estuary trail. Are you talking about the mitigation funds?
Yeah, it shows 0.
We get that money for the purchase of the landmark.
Yes.
We haven't got it yet.
Yes, we did. Yeah, they went straight to the purchase. We didn't take
Oh, you
it.
didn't go. to-
We didn't take it. No, it went straight to the purchase. We paid the additional on top of what they paid.
Okay, so you got the line out.
Yeah, we could. Yes, yeah. Yeah,
So we won't have to.
yeah. Yep.
Because I thought originally we were running it, that they were gonna pay to us and then we were.
I don't know how it happened. Did it go to the escrow or something?
Yeah, they paid it straight to the escrow company.
Hey, look, I can understand.
Okay. All right, so a lot of these numbers are so contingent on getting the grant that I'm not willing to spend a whole lot of time on it. And even if we get the grant in July, the monies aren't released till September or something. So we can bury the wires, but does that even make sense if we're gonna have the heavy equipment in? So all of that is very contingent. It looks like the wires are gonna be buried across the street though, so they won't impinge on the.
Yeah, Rick's been working with Civil West on that.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the north side of the road,
Okay,
and there'll be a crossover, a little pipe.
Yeah. okay, so we can power lights or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
100,000's enough.
I don't know, that's because where were we talking, 200,000 for burying the?
Underground install.
well, this is a real short.
Yeah, yeah. And there's no, so we're gonna be in front of a business that's there, there's no, it's city right away, so I assume we can do
Yeah.
what we need to.
We're gonna put 2 street lights.
Down facing streetlights. Okay,
Just like the one.
yeah, that's on our city council agenda.
It is.
So, okay,
I think we're way understated on the commitment if we move forward. The commitment on at least the financial side here for our public works people. Again, it's allocations, but I think it's appropriate to identify the costs carrying forward with the project. Now, I don't know if that comes in here or through the capital budget, but I just can't imagine just a couple of hours here and there. I think there's going to be a fair amount of work involved with our city guys. 500 here and 500 there and 22 for Rick. That's Dave, right? No, that's Rick. Water lead.
Well, projects only take a couple hours a week. Keep them moving most of the time until construction.
yeah. And then once they start, who knows?
Probably hiring out mostly for
Yeah.
this work.
Yeah, I think it's a point well taken, Brad. I don't know where the city manager would want to move it from, or that it's a material difference. We should allocate what it's actually going to cost us to do it. But yeah,
All the things they do cost. So we've got administrative support as well as the field support to do these projects.
mhm,
Be reflected appropriately, but
yeah.
I don't have a number to give you. I think as an ex-CPA, we try to match costs with the project. So
Yeah, no,
It's a really good point, and I will take a look at that, Brad, because we probably should put more money into this one for personnel.
because what that does is it drives up our costs of our enterprise funds. If we're using our guys for other projects that are capital projects, they're getting funded elsewhere. They're getting paid the same, but for the citizens, our citizens are paying more for their water and sewer because those charges are coming to the water and sewer bills, not to the capital projects that we're working on.
If you're driving overtime, your cost structure remains the same, it's just a wash. That's why I don't like accruals. I think accruals distort everything, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at that. Yeah.
It's not a wash. It's not a wash when enterprise.
Let's take a look at whether they're appropriately allocated. I think that, understanding that until we get the money, it's probably not a big issue, but we should allocate it appropriately. Okay, any other questions? Let's move on to the last general fund, I believe, which is, no, right? We're gonna try to get through the general funds here. No, we're gonna work through it.
So do, we want to move into visitor amenities?
Yes.
Okay. So, really, a really new big thing with visitor amenities this year is that, we're working off of a strategic marketing plan that we've hired out for this year. And it's going to be a 3-year plan. And we brought Nicole in to talk a little bit about that and how it will be executed. And, just so we can, share with you that we are really putting a lot of effort into, we have to spend money to make money, and the expenses are very, very well thought out for how we're going to target a good audience to come back to Yachats and increase our transient lodging tax as our largest revenue source. Want to come up, Nicole?
Right, you're asleep.
They're not asleep.
I mean, I bet you're not asleep.
Chargers, it is my bedtime. I did put together a presentation. I don't know if you want me to do it.
I think not.
We had talked about you doing it, but I don't know.
Yeah, we're running out of, yeah.
Like, guys, but I can send it to you all. To
Okay.
look at.
Yeah, that's good.
But mainly, this marketing plan that the city, but we went with Verdant and the company, and they put together their marketing plan and strategy for us, which is this slide. And it's so detailed and wonderful, and we can send it out to everybody, so you can take time. Every single
That's nice.
strategy is outlined with return on investment, what's gonna happen with each strategy, how these strategies will be implemented through different avenues. The main thing they want to focus on is high quality content, so that we can use that on multiple platforms. So if we do one high quality video and we can share it on our social media, and then 5 other people see that high quality content, they can share it on their social media or their website or and so it's a 10-to-1 return on investment for having really good content. And so focusing on that, and a clear brand identity, so we have something that we're using for multiple years. We're not going to keep changing it. We're going to use something, create this branding package that will be the website, so that when people come into our website, they can see, this is Yachats, this is the brand. I can see it, and it's easy to access. They can eventually build an itinerary on the website, so they can come to Yachats and plan a whole day. And all of that stems from high quality content. We have to have good content so that we can showcase our businesses, so that we can showcase our town. And it's, once you get the content, it's all that other stuff is free. So that's our main focus in this strategic plan. And we will have quarterly check-ins. The marketing company is going to give us, it's from the very beginning. So I guess if you guys adopt this, the first quarter, it'll be probably not as much, but by the second quarter, they'll start to be giving us analytics on the website, on social media, on all the different avenues that we will go through. And then after a year, we'll be focusing on getting a YouTube channel up and running with all of our content, and then just kind of expanding our platforms. So we'll just leave it at that, and if you have any questions.
Do you want to give a couple of the little taglines that you like in the seasonal things that are going to be being used?
It's going to be, it'll be through 7 phases, but we have they came up with 16 different marketing campaigns. That we'll be doing year round. Some of them will just be during the winter, some of them will be during the summer. The summer ones are all sustainable tourism, teaching, educating tourists. And then also bringing people during winter time, like Coast Like a Local, which could be a year round marketing campaign, which is like animated reels on like dog leash rules and tides and driving on the 101. So it's engaging and exciting. And she wants to do like pick a local resident, for instance, and do a story on a local resident, telling the history and the story of Yachats through their eyes of the resident. So, you know, just doing different things like that, that's different and unique and very Yachats, because our community is very important. Another one would be, well, and also the sustainable tourism side of it. They created 8 different sustainable tourism campaigns. So on top of the marketing campaigns, we'll be weaving in the sustainable tourism campaigns. And one of them is Welcome to Yachats, Come Curious, Leave Thoughtful, and it'll be a whole marketing campaign on just that. And posters will be put up around, and it'll be like the tagline of that. And she created 8 different ones. So
How much of this is social media as opposed to other forms?
Well, social media is a big chunk of it, but there's also gonna be the YouTube channel and website, and using the content that we can create for social media, but it can also be used on any platform. And so as we go along, if social media isn't doing it, it's part of the marketing plan for them to analyze this and see what avenues we would move forward with. It's very flexible.
And then a lot of
Social media are you using?
So the plan is Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky. And I think just the 3.
I think so, yeah.
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 At the moment.
Yeah, and so but a big portion of it's website driven, and then also utilizing like our content and sharing it through the Oregon Coast Visitors Association and Travel Oregon that have really large their websites and their informational platforms that have large followers as well, and then trying to use this content with our all of our like lodging partners and businesses to be able to share on their websites.
Site still paying for people?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I just went to the Travel Oregon conference, and it's shocking how many people go to the website. They actually now, I think it was like 64% of people plan their whole itinerary from people, what's from the cities or the Discover Yachats or, you know, Visit Yachats website. So people will go there. I know that it's mind blowing, and they'll use their phone. Like, yeah.
Well, the phone makes sense. French people use
We will own this content so we can share it on other things, right?
Yes, and we will own it, and or the city will own it, have access to it, and yeah, it's open. And then also when they come to do events, and they're gonna do, you know, 3 events each year till they get all the events covered. But when they come, they're also gonna do like a handful of businesses, and each business will get video and fresh content given to them for free that they all have access to, because if they have good content, then it looks better for the town. But if everybody has, you know, photos from their phone, it doesn't. So it's kind of like this huge community-based strategy.
And also part of that community-based strategy is that there will be a curated library of all of these, and the city can use any of the photos or videos. Overleaf could use any of the photos, videos, Driftin, buy local, you know, every single person, store, business could use the content for sharing, to promote and use on their websites and make like that branded look throughout.
In this marketing plan somewhere, is there some sort of performance goals like clicks, increase in visitor? Or something like, so we can measure the effectiveness of this?
Yeah, the company for every strategic plan has a like a return on investment analysis. So for every strategic priority, and there's 11 of them, there is going to be a certain percentage for each that you can use to base it off of. And after every quarter, when I'm reporting, and if it's not meeting the standards, then that's what's cool about this. It's flexible, and they're going to see, okay, so then they will take the time to research and find what is going to be, you know, give us that 10-to-1.
And that's part of the contract.
Yeah, it's part of the contract. Yeah.
So on the budget here, there's marketing is 270,000, and then contract professional services is 30. Is there, is the 270 covering this marketing plan, or that's what that is?
I think the 270 is total, so the marketing plan was used for last year's budget, for this coming budget, 270 would be for implementing the.
Yes,
So these are for ad buy,
yes.
production of.
Yes, production of the content, ad buys, yeah.
And then the contract professional services.
That's for a trolley driver or for a contract service for the trolley.
Okay.
So are they gonna be able to spend 270,000 the first year?
Yes, I believe that will be,
Mhm.
it will be less the next couple years. So in the 3-year plan, the first year is just getting like a bulk of the content done so that we can really start moving on our, on different avenues of showcasing.
And another,
Say how much the next succeeding 2 years, or that they have any of that?
It is going to be, it'll be roughly $25,000 less, I believe, or $27,000 less.
which is to soften our costs as a city, is there any, has there been any thought given to like premium memberships? For the, like if a business wants to pitch in another $25,000, they can get extra stuff.
That is out also in this is collaboration with local businesses. So yeah, like if the Overleaf wants to put an ad in something and we're putting it, Visit Yachats is putting an ad in something. If we collaborate, we can do a full page ad for, half the price.
I'm looking for money from them.
Oh, money from them.
So that, we have the contacts, we have the basic content. If they want to put we're gonna run an ad, and if they want an overlay with their name on it, they pay extra.
Yeah, I also could, oh, sorry. I do also think that, that doing the destination marketing is part of kind of our responsibility to get our return on investment from their, investment and having the establishments that collects the tax that pays our
Pays that.
fund.
Yeah, pays into this fund.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that some businesses may have want to do more.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Any other questions in terms of the investment from the city into this? Using the money that came from the businesses that generated the money to move this into this $270,000. I mean, it's clearly the biggest expense here.
I think I would really like to be able to see the videos and stuff that you're sending us before.
Well, we can't do that. I mean, how can they produce the videos?
No, she said she just made a presentation. She was gonna email it to us.
Okay, that's what you want.
Yeah, well, I did put in, or this is gonna be for my end of the year report and the city council report for next week, all the cool videos and stuff that we've done over the year, so you'll.
For
get
the
to
year.
know.
Okay.
This
but I
is
have
not
to
going
see your
forward.
Presentation
Yes, and
before
yes, I will send it to you. Yeah.
saying my opinion in here.
Yeah, and just, so on this note, the chamber is our contracted destination marketing organization for the city. And that is like 100% like what this money is supposed to be used for, is doing this destination marketing. And like as we've seen throughout this budget, the transient lodging tax across the board is our largest revenue source. So if we want to continue that, we have to invest in that, and to do it in a way that's strategic and thoughtful and really represents Yachats, I think is just like absolutely the way
And
that
I
it needs to go.
would be curious as to, obviously, you deeply research different companies that offer these things, and I'd like to know why did you choose
Yeah,
this company?
And I have a little bit of problem with that. I mean, they are a designated operator, and
Right.
that is their responsibility. I happen to know that they had got 30 responses to their RFP.
I know, I just
So we just,
curious.
well, curiosity is fine. I appreciate the curiosity, but it's not part of our decision that they chose the wrong company
No,
or something
I'm
like.
not saying that.
So there was a RFP that was put out for this service, the strategic marketing plan service, and there was, I think, almost 30 respondents. So there was a lot of respondents from all over the US that had really interesting proposals, and this hands down was the one that reflected Yachats the most.
And I guess
Yeah.
part of this is the
Mhm.
first time we're hearing it, so
Mhm.
it's.
Yeah, for sure.
But, last year we gave them 260 something,
245.
145. We didn't ask for, we just gave it. Trust that they were gonna do it. So I think that's, in terms of our budget decision, I appreciate you want to see it. It's cool stuff and it's really interesting, but we're making a decision about a budget number.
Achievements kind of proven that, so. There's not a whole lot here at Yachats, but the amount of tourism that we get is, I think, huge, so. We have to give the credit to, our chamber, I think. We need to trust you.
And the 110 for community support, what is in that?
Yes, so this is last year there was a couple organizations that received money from this, and we will be doing some organizational support. This will be one of our grant line items. Also, we're moving the porta potty expenses out of here, out of the city services into here, because it's largely visitors that are using that farmer's market and that area, that expense. So there's that, and there is the work that's done through Keeping Yachats Beautiful, and they have a set budget to work off of. That comes out of that. Some of the welcome to Yachats signage and the gardening around that. Any kind of additional bark or plants or anything on the sidewalks. Some of the landscaping around here on the commons area, Little Log Church Museum, stuff like that.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this, we're starting off with $1.5 million. And we're making substantial investments, transit lot, and bringing in more money, another $500,000. And at the end of making these substantial transfers to Little Log Church operations, reserves, et cetera, we still end up with $806,000.
And that will go down just a little bit with some of the things we've discussed
Okay.
today, but it'll still have a substantial
It'll be like
amount.
750 or 720.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, I'm comfortable with that. And letting this go, moving forward from here. The understanding that we will share the presentations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And during the city council meeting, you'll be seeing like a year-end report of a lot of like the ad buys and videos and things that they've made throughout the year too.
Okay,
Personnel. allocation, For visitor amenity.
Mhm.
I looked at it, I kind of roughly thought we might need to add for one of the public workers, another $1,700. Did you look at allocating compared to what we have in the past? Or what do you, one of the utility people?
Yeah, we should add more over there.
So you had the 639.
Mhm.
That's not even a valid person anymore, but
Yeah.
I was thinking about.
Yeah, I can add some in each of those, because they do, the flagpole, the light poles, the Christmas lights, things like that.
Maybe in 105, 123,
Yeah.
something like that. We need to get rid of 114 if we're not gonna do that.
The other side of it, why the increase in the allocation for the code enforcer?
That I had mentioned earlier today, and that is because they spend so much time doing the vacation rental licenses and inspections of the vacation rentals and things like that.
I think that's a stretch, but if our hotel owners are okay with it. Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see you next week. That's right.
I sent that report to Bobby and to Kenny to send to you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the library contingent transfers, mine doesn't show it. That's why I'm like, oh,
Really?
But did you see it on another one?
it's not, it's in here, but it's not in my version, so.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Thank you. Yeah. Version control, you know, we should have, what version?
Dates, but
Yeah, all right. We'll get it figured out. Okay, I'm sensing exhaustion.
yes.
We will do, in the next session, we're gonna have to review some of the pages that we decided were needed some rework. And we will do the general funds, streets, sewers. You guys sat through the whole day. And we're not getting to streets and sewers. And, street wastewater and water, until, when is it, when are we meeting again?
Our meeting date is, we skipped, to the 29th because we have city council next week. We could, potentially meet again on the 20th though, or the 23rd if we wanted to come get another one. And we do have a scheduled meeting date for the 29th. It also is a 4 o'clock start time, if that works for those who are working folks. If we might want to start a little earlier,
To start.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the citizens are knocking down the door to be here.
And that's why we did it, and that's why it was discussed to have it at this time, so that it was,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think we should start a little earlier.
Next week is really bad.
Yeah, the 20th is the chamber meeting.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
20th is Friday.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The 22nd.
I have a field trip.
I think the 29th, but earlier would be.
And I'm open most of that week also, so if we wanted to do more than one.
Okay, we could do like a review and get through general fund and then, you know, I'm pretty open that week also.
Well, we more than halfway through.
No, so maybe we should do the 20,
The 20th.
the 27th and the 29th.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
The 27th and the 29th.
What time? 2:30.
Just remember, Bobby, commission chairs meeting.
To 10, yeah, 10 o'clock on the 27th.
yeah, if we, yeah, 2:30, 3 o'clock, something to give you some.
2:30 on the 27th and the 29th.
Okay.
That sounds.
Oh, and move the 29th up to 2:30.
Yeah,
So we're doing the 27th at what time?
2:30.
And that's to, what, go over what we just did?
No.
We'll review the changes we've made and continue through general fund into enterprise. And then the 29th, whatever we don't get through, and then do a full re-look at everything.
What time is the 29th?
2:30.
Brad, does that work for you? I know that,
No, I'm on the East Coast right now. I'm not getting back until Saturday or Sunday, and I've got to catch up. So, but one of the things is we should be able to blow right through the bonds.
yeah,
We shouldn't have to waste any time with that. Streets the streets should be relatively easy to go through, and water and sewer should be relatively easy to get through. I can't imagine why we should spend that much time getting through those. I'd rather get it in one section than two.
yeah, I agree. I mean, those are well thought out and well structured and.
I mean, our amortization schedule shouldn't change. We had some problems with them last year. Hopefully they've been cleaned up. We should just be looking straight at the amortization, should be rolling through the printed format. We shouldn't have any problems with that, right?
Yep, that's the intent. That's a hope.
Okay, and then we should be able to blow through the URD and
Yep.
get it wrapped up.
Yep.
So the time on the 29th is what?
2:30.
That's 2:30.
Yeah, we moved it to 2:30.
That okay?
So we're staying on the 29th, 2:30.
Yeah, well, let's hold that time.
And no 27th.
No,
Do the 27th.
do the 27th, get through as much as we can. And if we need the 29th, we'll have.
Okay.
Yes. That's what we were just discussing. We're good. 27th, at 2:30, try to keep it to no more than 3 hours, hopefully less. And then for the 29th, for any odds and ends that need to be cleaned up.
Still think we need to do the 21.
Pardon?
Still think we need to do the 21.
I want it on the calendar, yeah. If we don't need it, we'll cancel.
Is there any problem with public notification since we'd already said the 29th? We're
We'll
now
have to-
changing that.
We'll have to send out a notice for the 27th.
And then a time change for the 29th.
Yeah, thank you.
So Kimmy, you're gonna update the meeting.
Okay. I think that we have all reached the end of our rope, and I will adjourn this budget meeting of the